Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Good morning, everybody. Happy
You're muted.
weekend. Good morning, morning. Good morning, Doodle.
You're muted, Dago.
Good morning, everybody. Happy weekend. Happy Saturday. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Good morning to you, Miss Doodle.
Good morning. How did you sleep?
I slept.
Yeah, same here.
I slept. If that's what you call that. That thing. I slept. But I'm awake now, and that's yeah. I've been awake since 9:30. Only because I woke up and was up from 3 to 4 again.
Oh no, why?
I don't know. My sleep patterns are so screwy. It doesn't. I don't know. It is what it is. But we're here again, and it is Saturday. The weekend has started, October 19th, 2024. This month is flying past, you guys. It's crazy. How was your morning so far?
Yeah, it's all right.
That's good. How's Mr. P doing?
He's great. He's bouncing around the house.
Awesome. So he's feeling completely better now. He's all right then.
Yeah, he hasn't complained at all.
I gotta wonder if it truly was that oatmeal. That's wild.
Yeah, it almost has to be because nothing else has changed.
Right. That's the only thing I could take out of that. The only thing. So guys, be careful if you're giving your kids the oatmeal, the instant oatmeal packets that has like the candy pieces and stuff in it. It might be
little dinosaur eggs. I have never seen them anywhere else, but they're like from Walmart, and it's instant oatmeal, but it has little dinosaur egg candies in it.
Yeah. I've seen it and just didn't buy it. My granddaughter wanted it, and I'm like, that's too much in the morning. You don't need to have candy for breakfast, but I get it. I get it. But so I buy the Quaker. Well, we buy the Walmart brand sometimes too, but that the instant packets that are like blueberries and cream, peaches and cream, strawberries and cream.
Yeah, he loves those.
Little bit better. I love that myself. Always love peaches and cream. So, excuse me. We're good. I'm glad he's better. I was a little worried about him the other day, and I'm glad everything's going good.
Thank you. Yeah, he scared me, really.
I get it. I know. I could tell. I promise you I could tell. You're even typing, your type tone was off a little. I could definitely see there was something that was bugged. And I don't blame you. I would have been too. I was. We got to keep him safe, guys. He's our marketing director. He's out there advertising our merchandise and everything, you guys. Seriously. Once I get things squared away here, I'm getting him one of our t-shirts, his size, and he'll probably love that thing. So
I can't wait to see what he's going to be when he grows up, because he has this way about him.
he does. He's very entertaining and very just from what I know of him, hearing the things that I know, he's very like outgoing and like.
Yeah, he never meets a stranger ever, which is scary, but he's still he's a little bit scared of them, but he'll still chat away.
Caden was the same way. There were no strangers. Caden would immediately start speaking, and then they were friends, and it was like,
Yep.
Okay. Okay, you do what you got to do, buddy. But I'll be watching you. So, just saying. Wait a minute. Is that making it? Oh yeah, that's way too big. You guys don't need to see me that close up. I'm gonna scare everybody away already. Come on in. By the way, let's see who we got in here this morning. Looks like True Seekers back in the house. Welcome back to you, SR. BBBBBB. Good morning to you, Country Cooter. Country Cooter, good morning and great to see you. Alicia J, good morning. Great to have you here. Of course, the lovely and amazing Miss Doodlebug sitting here next to me. Squishy Bum, welcome, welcome, welcome. Chopper's back in the house this morning. Leslie and Billy, of course, great to see you. Teresa S, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Miss Kelly Bird, welcome. Wonderful to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Victoria and Angel, hello and welcome back. Yes, good morning. I almost thought about doing that whole Good Morning Vietnam thing that Robin Williams did in that movie. I didn't want to scare everybody away. I might do it one day. We'll see. Gerd Mornin, Miss Cassie. Do you know that my family members hear me doing that and look at me like I'm insane when I do that? If they're in the house,
sure.
they do. Sure. Like, what are you looking at? You know I'm crazy. Come on now. Chaz D, welcome back to you. Great to see you this morning, dear. Let's see. Let me see. Show. We got Cassie, Victoria, SRBBBBB. I still don't know where that came from. Miss Taylor's in the house. Taylor was stitching, bitching, and more. I'm here. Yes, you are, and I appreciate you. Tomboy Charms in the house. Awake and moving. Good to see you, dear. Steven's Adventure, welcome back, brother. Good to have you here as always. Aqua Hearts, welcome back. Great, wonderful to see you. Miss Leslie says, number one, happy Saturday morning. My stupid like button isn't working. It is quite all right. You're here, and that's all that matters. Niles Buckman, welcome back to you. Great to see you. And I see Teresa S. Congratulations on 6 months. Happy Dago anniversary. I know it's been longer than 6 months. You've been here at least over a year. That's okay. YouTube is just confused as hell. They don't know what they're doing over here, but that's all right. We got it figured out. Let's see. Show. Niles Buckman. Yes, it's going great, sir. How is it going for you this morning? Looks like there's 34 amazing peeps in here, guys, with 16 likes. So let's try to make that match if we can. Dragonfly, welcome back. It's been a while. Good to see you. Hey, Walt Harris, Dago here. Good to see you, sir. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you. I'm sorry. No, I didn't. We never liked you, Betty is in the house, and I just love saying it. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning. It's wonderful to see you. Yes, that is very awesome. Congratulations, Miss Teresa. Thank you so much for being part of this family, this community. We appreciate you more than you know. I say that word so often. Appreciate it. I should have it tattooed on my forehead. I appreciate you. Let's see. I think I did get everybody. Everybody's doing it now. Hi, Walt Harris, SRB here.
That's so funny. He's a mess.
Yes, he is. We love you too, Teresa. We appreciate you very much. Honestly. That goes for all of you guys that are here in this community. It means a lot that you choose this community to come to every day and hang out with us. That means a lot to me. Let me see. That's got to be a big version of my head on your TV, I'm sure. Sorry for that. So, those of you that joined us last night for the day number 5 of Lailani's trial, it was interesting. Thank you for joining us last night. It went on for a minute. It was a little bit late. My apologies, but I tried to hurry through it. I tried not to talk very much. since we did get started late on it. And there was a lot of technical testimonies last night, which was important to hear, but yes, it drug on. I know that very much. Dragonfly says, yes, it's been a while here in Florida. I've been recovering. I hope you're doing well from all of that. And I hope that everything is going good now for you, Dragonfly, and everything's getting back into where it needs to be. And that goes for anybody that's down in Florida. Oh, you're all right, SRB. I understand. I understand. But the trial, yeah, like I said, the one person I really wanted to hear from truly was the babysitter. We heard from her daughter the day before, so we heard from the babysitter yesterday. It wasn't much of a testimony. I thought it was going to be a lot more. Miss Zelda, good morning. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining me. But yeah, it was interesting. I thought it was going to be more. The one thing I will say I quite enjoyed was how the prosecution called that piece of trash out for mouthing things at her little table there, making comments. And then the stupid ass attorney tried to say, well, she was telling me things. I'm not going to tell her not to talk to me. You idiot. No, she wasn't. We could see the difference when she was leaning over to you and saying things or writing it down and you were looking at it because they were focused on her the whole time, as compared to her mouthing, saying that was a fucking lie or something like that, because that's what she was doing. Which, in my opinion, once again, shows her stupid immaturity, the level of mentality that she has, and her ignorance. So, sorry. Once again, it's obvious I don't like this person, and it's hard for me to keep my comments to myself. So, once again, my apologies.
I'm the same way. I just can't with anyone that would hurt a child. I just can't.
Well, it's not even just, you're right. And it's not even just that, though. It's the things that she did to that child before she even took his life. The treatment that he had to endure from her for his entire life. And I started to put a picture together in my head last night, you guys. I can almost envision what happened the night that she did what she did. She was angry because Danny basically was done with her, didn't want nothing to do with her. And she was angry because of the way that her life, she's obviously a bouncing Betty, I'll put it that way, that likes to bounce around from person to person. She's a sleazy person that, she's out here banging her drug dealer, as it's stated, as well as trying to get Danny to have anything to do with her. Who knows who else she was? Okay. And she was just angry within her life, and you could see it. She goes home, Danny's sleeping, everybody else is not around. She's by herself, and she's angry, and she took it out, as she seems to have always done. Everything in her life that wasn't right, she took out on Quentin. Everything. And then you add the cocaine to it, as she claimed to tell Danny that it makes her angry. Well, no, you're just a stupid person and don't know how to control yourself. So she took it out on that poor baby again. She took out the miserable part of her life, which is every bit of it, on that baby, and just decided that everything's his fault. And that's what happened.
Very disgusting human.
She's not even human to me, Doodle, as far as I'm concerned anymore. After hearing that other shit the other day from the babysitter's daughter, no way. Good morning, Miss Betty. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah, she hearing the testimony from I can't tell, Talia, I think her name was, or Talia is the babysitter's daughter's name, 17-year-old little girl who it's obvious adored that baby. Okay, adored that baby. Thank God that Talia and her mother, I think that's her name, guys. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But thank God that they loved Quentin for the time period that they were in his life. He got to feel what it's like to have human love between people, okay? Because he never got it in his home. Never. She had zero love nor affection for that child. It disgusts me to no end. And it hits me at my core. hearing that she would just push him down and smack him in the face and feed the other kids first. Truth being, you're supposed to feed the youngest. If you want to go with some kind of laws of nature or laws of life, you feed the youngest child before you feed the rest. If you're going to do it that way, what you're supposed to do though is feed them all at the same time. Be a parent and make it all work so that you can hand it over to them both at the same time. But if you're going to do it that way, you feed the youngest first, in my opinion.
And she is every grandparent's nightmare.
Every.
Really, every parent's nightmare, really, because she's the type girl that you never want your son to be with.
Never.
You definitely don't want your grandchildren to marry a woman like that. It's crazy, and there's so many out there just like her.
Yeah, that's the scary part. That is the scary part.
You never know.
No, you don't. You don't at all. That's first off. Thank you so much, Miss Zelda. God bless. Gifted a membership, and looks like sweet Melissa got it. And congratulations, Melissa. Welcome back to the sauce. If you were I think you were before, but if you weren't, welcome, and if you were, welcome back. We appreciate you so much for being here, and we appreciate that, Miss Zelda. God bless. That is so kind of you. But yeah, Alicia makes a statement that 17-year-old was a better parent to him than his own mother, and she was even young. Yeah, she was like 14, 15, 16 years old. I'm going to say 14 or 15. I'm sorry. And knew how to be a parent to that child way more than what that person was that gave birth to him was. And I'm going to say she knew better. She knew what she should have done because she had Zane, her ride or die, which is pathetic to say, and knows how to parent a child. She chose not to do that, you guys. She made that choice the moment that child was born. She got pregnant by Bubba, was unhappy with that because he left her, because he saw what she was. That's why everybody has left her, in my opinion. They saw the creature that lives inside her, that is the true person. It's pure evil as far as I'm concerned. To be able to have the process, to think about shoving a baby down on the ground and making him cry on purpose. I can imagine that she got some kind of a thrill and some kind of a good feeling out of making him cry.
Yeah, like a power trip.
Yes, exactly. I'd like to understand what happened when she was created. Not everybody's born evil like this. I do have my feelings about her mother, of course, but
and why did Billy let her continue to stay in her home, knowing that baby could not be around her? That's ridiculous.
It is, and it takes us back to my thoughts on playing the blame game with what happened to Leilani personally.
Yeah.
Billy's just as much of a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. If not more in some senses. I would like to go back in history and to see what Leilani's life was like when she was 20 months old with that mother and how things went. Because if it's easy for her to say and scream at a 12-month-old baby and call him a bastard child and this and that and everything else because he's climbing on something. You learned it somewhere. You didn't just pull that out of the air. You learned that from somewhere. I'm gonna blame it on her mother. Sorry,
right.
But I am.
And how did Billy even get the baby if he wasn't supposed to be around Leilani? That doesn't even make sense unless it was a guardianship thing. But even then, if you're not supposed to be around her, kick her butt out. She's grown. She can work. Get her own place. Get out.
I'll never understand it. I won't. I don't know. I wonder because she started charging them rent. Maybe that's why. Maybe they wanted her money. Who knows?
I don't know, but that's crazy.
Yeah. I've never had the ability to understand or have any kind of compassion, I guess you could say, for Billy Joe because of what she did. She was always gone. Okay. She was never there. She knew the monster that her daughter was and purposely put that child or all those children in her daughter's hands. Sorry, but I can't. No.
And he's grown. Why was he living there with them? Get your butt out, be a man, and take care of yourself.
Well, they're all like that. I mean, Joe was there before that, the other brother, you know? So it's understandable in some senses when you have your kids living with you to a certain period of
For a
time.
little bit, for a little while, but
That's the
not when
thing.
you're trying to protect their baby from them.
Yes. Thank you. That doesn't make sense to me. It never did. Like,
No,
here's the children are here in your custody now. Why is she there too? That's the whole point, to keep her away from them.
yeah, there's no reason for it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. I think she should be sitting at that table right next to her daughter being charged with something right now as we speak. I really do. That's my opinion. So, doesn't mean a lot. Let me see here. I want to say it was just guardianship, but there were rules of him not being. Yeah, it was. You're right, SRB. That's how it worked out. It was never run through like CPS or anything like that. It was just something they came to a point with. That's all. You know, it's just it's too much. It's too much. She purposely went out of her way to hurt that child. That's another thing. I didn't ever realize how bad it was until hearing this testimony. She purposely was trying to hurt that baby, to upset him. She pushed him into the fucking swimming pool, you guys, and was going to let him drown. Maybe that was her first attempt. Think about that. Maybe that was the first time she tried to kill him.
When they saw that she slapped that baby, why did they just not react? Because I don't think I could not react. I don't care. I would have stepped up immediately and yeah.
I have issues too. The little girl I can understand.
Yeah,
But the
me
little
too.
girl should have went directly to Michelle, her mother, and said, "Mom, look, this is what's going on with this, that, and everything else." Michelle should have contacted. Now, I don't know why she didn't do it. I don't know if she's one of those people that don't like to be involved. I don't
Well,
care. I don't care.
She may have been afraid she wouldn't get to see Quentin again.
Yes, there you go.
That would break her heart. So maybe that's why.
Very good point, but still, damn. Maybe
Right,
if she'd have done something early on, maybe it would have saved his life. Oh my God, it irritates me so much. But like I said, I was thinking about that last night when she pushed him into the pool like that and just let him go, and he was screaming around, flailing around. Maybe that was her first attempt, and she was going to try to say, "Oh, he drowned accidentally" or something. I was thinking about it. Something that she wanted for some reason. She didn't want him in her life at all. I don't know if it's about Bubba or if it's about her own personal bullshit, but it should be looked at like that as well. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, I get it. I know, I understand SRB. It's hard when you don't know everything either. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff. I'm sure, Doodle, you were surprised with some of the stuff we heard coming out from the testimony from Talia, from Michelle, from the other people.
It's been going on for a bit. She has always hated her own baby.
Yes,
I will never believe that she ever loved him at any point.
Nope. And if you notice when people were stating that she didn't react to that at all. There was no like you're wrong face or confused face or irritated face. She didn't react at all, but she sure as hell could react to other things. Yes, Betty, I understand. That's what I was saying. I absolutely agree with you that I'm really surprised that Billy Joe has not been brought up on charges as well. Good morning, Miss Molly. Good golly, good to see you. I hope you're doing okay. Mornin. So we got Mornin, Marnin, and Mernin. We have 52 different ways to say good morning. Mornin. Yeah, she'll be testifying. I can't wait to see that testimony. That and her husband. I'd like to see Joe's testimony because I feel like Joe, the older brother, is probably not part of, pro Leilani. The Mama Bear is in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us, Mama Bear. I hope you're doing okay today. We do miss you today. She didn't react whatsoever. Billy Joe will probably take the stand when the defense. Yes. Yeah. I feel the same way, I think. Yes. I miss Mama Bear already. It was nice to have her here those few days. It really was. Miss Lily C. There you go, guys. We've been talking about you, wondering where you been. Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you. And she's still green. How about that? That is awesome.
Yeah, I was
Good.
just asking about her. I haven't seen her in quite a while.
I know. You just brought her up the other day. It's wonderful to see you, Miss Lily. We appreciate you joining us. I hope you're doing wonderful. And we have definitely missed you. Definitely missed you. It's been a long while. Yes, it has. Wonderful to have you back, dear. And there's our Mama Bear. Hello, everyone, and good morning. I'm sorry that you got to go back to work already, Mama Bear. Yeah, she's definitely an empty a meat sack, as Molly's been calling it. There's no soul in there whatsoever. None whatsoever. I'm sure Betty, she's still gonna look like the Quaker Oats. That seems to be the only thing she has to wear. And you noticed, Doodle, did you notice? I did. There's nobody in that courtroom from her family in support of her. How about that?
Yeah, that's crazy. It is. But I wonder, even her brother being up there, like she would smile at him or whatever, but nobody's really backing her up. But how could you? You can't. How could you back her up? I mean, she's guilty of this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She did tell her brother love you when he walked away. Oh, court's closed to the public, but they won't allow for the family to be there. It's probably a good idea they didn't, because there's too many people that probably want to beat the hell out of her. Me too. I'm gonna try to look at tomorrow positively. I did. That is awesome. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Bear. Thank you so much for that. It shouldn't include family. That's what I was wondering, B. SRB. B. I'm just gonna start calling her B. Hey, B, B, B. Yeah, I would think family would be able to be there, but I get it. They're probably worried that somebody's gonna try to jump on her ass, to be honest with you. I've seen that done. And all of her family probably will be on the stand, so that's another point too. Miss Lily says, "Oh, thank you. Had a very big loss. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Lily. Well, you know that. You're always in our hearts and our thoughts and prayers. I had no idea. I hope things are getting better for you. I will continue to keep you in my thoughts and prayers, and know that you always have family here, and that we do definitely love and care for you, and appreciate you being here. You can always reach out if you ever need to. We're always available to you. Don't ever feel like you're alone, please, because you're not. Welcome, Miss Kaylee Ann Stanford. Wonderful to see you back today. There's 52 amazing peeps in here, guys, but we only have 28 likes. Guys, just pretend like you like me for a little while, please. You don't have to actually like me, just pretend. And that way we can get this up and out. I think we actually hit the algorithm yesterday. Cassie had said somewhere along the lines. So yeah, that was kind of cool. Nice. Very cool. Yes, very much so. You are absolutely welcome, Miss Lily. God bless. Hey guys, go check out Miss Molly Drake. She's very talented. It's our videographer. Her and Doodle, both videographers and producers. They do so much, and I appreciate them so very much for this. For everything, along with the rest of the Blue crew that does amazing things. Again, I wouldn't, or shouldn't ever do it without the moderation team that I have. They're amazing, amazing people. Miss Terry Martin, welcome to you. Again, thank you guys for being here with us, and thank you guys for doing what you do. I couldn't do it without you folks. I really couldn't. Where is it? Where is it? I think they'll put her. Yeah, that'd be interesting to put those two together in a cell. Sarah Boone and Leilani Simon. Can you imagine that?
Oh my goodness, that would be quite the show.
They'd be fighting over snacks, I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Good morning, Miss Kim. Love that shirt. Wonderful to see you on this Saturday. Hope you're having a great day. I hope you have the day off today, Miss Kim. You definitely deserve it. Thank you, SRB. BBB. 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 46 peeps in here. Awesome stuff, guys. 34 likes. We're getting there. It's starting to go up a little bit more. Just hit the button on the way through the door. Share this out too, by the way, throughout your social media accounts, guys, and see who else would like to join us in here, because we got plenty of room in this pot full of sauce, guys, just so you know. Right, Alicia. I get it. I get it. Mikey must be sleeping.
They don't have court today, do they? Being said.
No.
Yeah,
No,
I
no.
didn't think so.
No. Luckily, we get to stay away. We get 2 days to recover from having to look at her ugly ass face for a week. And then we'll be okay for a couple of days. You didn't have to uninstall your app. That's awesome. Good. Zelda, thank you for that thumbs up. It is wonderful to have you guys here today. I hope you guys are having all of you are having a great start to your weekend. For those of you hard workers that are out there breaking your backs throughout the week and you get the weekends off, congrats. And I'm happy, so happy to hear that you guys get those days off, because you guys definitely deserve it. That's awesome, Kim. Wonderful to hear. Let me see here. So I guess the first thing we're going to start off with is what we've been tracking, just because we already know, and you guys already know. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about it, but it still needs to be looked at and followed. Is Tropical Storm Nadine. It has become something a little bit bigger, from my understanding. So let's look at that first. Let's see what's going on with
Thank you very much for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields, and thank you for your patience with this video. There's a lot to cover. It's going to be a little bit longer than I usually like to do.
By the way, real quick, I just wanted Miss Lily has never, I don't think I've seen you ever in one of the morning shows. So I'm letting you know this is now our morning show. It's called Meatballs in the Morning, or whatever you want to call it. It's Doodle and I, Mama Bear, when she can be here, and every now and then we have a guest with us. But it is the morning show where we talk about a variety of different things, not just true crime, and spread it out a little bit so that we can just see what's going on in the world, current events, world news, crazy news. And at the end of every show, we like to make sure everybody leaves with a smile on their face by having a little bit of comedy. So that's what the morning show is all about, Miss Lily, just so you know, because I don't think, like I said, I've seen you in any of them yet. So it's wonderful to have you here again and again. That's what it's all about. So thank you for joining us, Miss Lily. We've definitely missed you. Guys, real quick, there's a link again for Samaritan's Purse for Helene. Anybody that is interested in sending anything to try to help with Helene, that is the best and most legit link that I have found. So there you go.
But here is Nadine, as expected. We've been tracking that development. I've been tracking this area for over a week now. This is going to be a crossover system. What I mean from that, it's going to go from the Atlantic basin, which includes the Gulf and the Caribbean. It's in the Caribbean now, over to the Pacific, where if it keeps its circulation, it's going to keep its name. A very unusual situation with that. We'll cover the flooding in that. And then this area near Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic and Haiti, just north, this is going to kind of dive down toward parts of the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, over toward parts of Cuba. Not developing at first, but I do believe this area here has a higher likelihood to become Oscar. So I'm watching down the road, Turks and Caicos, Bahamas, over toward Cuba, but especially.
There's the email right there, Miss Lily, and welcome and good morning, Aaron, Gene Spratt, Miss Green-Eyed PI. Green-Eyed says Delphi has court today. Thank you for that info, and thank you, Victoria, for that as well. Good morning to all you guys, and thank you again for joining us.
Especially Bermuda and even the Atlantic region of Canada. So hang on in this video. I want to go piece by piece. And again, I'm sorry this is a little bit long, but here's what's going on. The immediate concern thank you for your trust as well with this, is and was the flooding with this. And we're dealing with a lot of flooding. You see this here. The circulation of this is Tropical Storm Nadine, is still offshore, which means it is going to continue to strengthen some. It's not going to become a hurricane, but it's going to gather even more moisture, sliding right into the Yucatan of Mexico, right down through Belize and parts of Honduras, all on track. And I've been watching some of the heavy rain parts of Nicaragua, and then even kind of drifting up to the north. We've seen some near the Cayman Islands, more so over toward western Cuba. So it's this batch here. And here's what's going on. We have this big kind of a feed of moisture moving in. And that's why I was mentioning those extremely high rain totals, 250 millimeters of rain or 10 inches of rain. I'll show you that in a moment. Here's Roatan. So northern side of Honduras and then back through Belize. If you can safely let us know how you're doing in the comments. We're thinking of you with the flooding that is moving in. Hopkins, Ladyville, Belize City. Let us know. Right up through Cozumel, over toward Cancun, some heavy rain. But the center of this is sitting still offshore. So it's still organizing, and that means a long duration rain event. This is going to move in as a tropical storm. Then it will weaken. But I do believe that circulation is going to hang together and then work its way off into the Pacific. But a pretty large wind field here from anywhere from about Cancun, mainly, as I was mentioning yesterday, Cozumel South, right through Belize. These are the tropical storm force winds. So we're looking at sustained winds that will be right around 50 miles per hour, or 80 kilometers an hour with this as it continues to strengthen some. So this is going to work its way in, but the moisture with this, the circulation, even though it's going to be downgraded, once it moves in and kind of lose its classification, there'll be a little circulation left that moves onto the Pacific side. And I do believe it will strengthen. And if it keeps its circulation, it will keep its name or kind of regain its name as it moves from the Atlantic basin over to the Eastern Pacific. We don't often see this, but this is going to be one of those systems. And you see right now, this is tropical storm strength. These are those squiggly lines, the computer models going out in time. This is a day, 2 days, 3 days. So tropical storm now, then of course, as it moves inland,
thank you, Ms.
it'll lose its tropical storm winds. And then
again, thank you to anybody that has chosen to support our channel via donations through the PayPal, Venmo, and or Cash App. Guys, we don't ever expect you to do that. It's not a necessity, but we definitely appreciate it. It keeps me going and keeps the bills paid, and it keeps everything rolling so I can be out here day after day after day. So thank you to anybody that chooses to support us in that sense. Thank you so much from our hearts again.
Then once it gets to the Pacific side, a lot of the modeling does have this strengthening. Fortunately, at that point, it'll be over the open waters. I don't see it kind of hooking back toward Mexico once it gets onto the Pacific side, but of course watching everything. So let me show you that here. And of course, yes, we're going to get to this, and you could watch other spots, say down toward Trinidad and Tobago, as we try to get a handle on your forecast. But the moisture continues to feed in with this. There's the center right there, very close to a Roatan, just kind of north and northwest of Roatan now. Center not on shore yet, hasn't made landfall yet. It is going to make landfall this afternoon. This is by 11 p.m. So as we get close to midnight, the center will be on shore. We'll get the weakening, but the issue is the rain with this. And that's why we've been highlighting that. We've been in monitor mode for so long. Of course, we're taking action now with that flooding. Here's by the time we work our way into tomorrow afternoon, heaviest rain will work its way across Mexico, but still some scattered areas of rain and heavier rain. Guatemala, even watching El Salvador. So lots in the way of rain, those very dangerous river crossings that will be with us. This white and black shading in here for the rain totals, that's 150 millimeters of rain, or about 6 inches of rain. But I mentioned 250 millimeters of rain, 10, 11, even 12 inches of rain will be a possibility. Cozumel South, mainly just south of Cozumel. So watching our friends in Mexico, watching our friends right through Belize, and then northern side of Honduras, especially over toward Roatan or northern islands. And then it stretches back toward Guatemala and then Mexico proper. You see that swath of rain, that red shading there, all that moisture moving in. And yes, this is life-threatening flooding with those river crossings, with the mudslides, just the rain itself. These are extremely high totals. So thank you for sharing this information and getting that out there. So I do really appreciate that. So watching this spot here, we've got this spot over here. Now this big blob looks a little ominous, but it's not showing signs of development in the short term. But I do believe that area can become Oscar, the next named system, what's going to happen is, watching out for any signs of development, it is going to bring us some heavier rain, Turks and Caicos, southern Bahamas, and then even back toward western Cuba. So I know the orientation of this map's a little strange, but western Cuba, or rather eastern Cuba, Brian, and then kind of swing back and get caught up in a front and then head toward the general direction of Bermuda. So over the next day or so, kind of the same thing here, these squiggly lines, 1 day out, 2 days out, 3 days out, showing close to tropical storm status. Where this goes, Turks and Caicos, for example, tropical storm-like conditions, right? Some gustier winds. We're going to see some heavier rain. But once this area finally makes its turn and gets caught up into a front, there could be some strengthening into Oscar. So there is a chance it can develop. So now you can pick a spot on the map here. Watching a lot. I know there's a lot going on. I'm trying to break it down piece by piece. So here is Nadine. Here's what could become Oscar. Here we are in Jamaica, St. Lucia, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua, Barbuda, just to orient you. Here we are right in Cuba, so kind of in between systems. So this is today, and I broke down this for you. Now, as we go out in time here, this is by the time we had 11 o'clock this evening. This will have made landfall, and then this.
Good morning, faithful mom Cheryl. Wonderful to have you here today. You guys are so very appreciated. By the way, anybody that has jumped on in here, if we could drop Doodle's link again, please. Please make sure to run over to Doodle's side of things just for a quick second. If it maybe hit the like button, subscribe, share that out if you have not done it, please. I would greatly, greatly appreciate that, folks, if you would. It means a lot. And thank you so much.
This area is not organized, but southern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, gustier winds, heavier rain moving in, giving you the heads up on that. And I want to show you the European model and the winds on this in a second. Now, this here is by tomorrow afternoon. There's the really heavy rain still parts of Mexico. At this point, it shouldn't be classified. It won't be Nadine at this point. And then this area here, bringing some heavier rain, even northern side of Haiti, we may get some rain. Port-au-Prince, but north, and then we swing over here, eastern Cuba, right there, some additional rain. May even enhance some of our rain in Jamaica tomorrow, better chance of some afternoon storms. Then let's get into Monday, right? So we get into Monday, and you see what's happening. Look at this, some of that circulation here. I mentioned the crossover system from the Atlantic Basin over toward the Pacific side. And then this spot here, that's when it could start to develop. Now, the United States, you look over toward Florida, for example, high pressures and control. I'll show you that with the European model in a second. That's a blocker. We have a front that will be moving by, or at least nearby, that could kind of help grab this, but it's going to lift it up toward Bermuda. So you see here, this is by Tuesday, a couple things on the map. This is what could be Nadine again. Now, Eastern Pacific has a different set of names, but if it keeps its circulation, it will stay as Nadine. So it's a very interesting scenario that a system in the Eastern Pacific may have an Atlantic basin name. And then you see Bermuda right here. This area may lift up. Now, I'm not sure if it'll be tropical in nature. There's a lot of kind of definition science behind that. I'll leave that out. But it does look like this will at least have some tropical storm conditions working its way up toward Bermuda in the upcoming week. And then even watching additional rain, I'll widen out for the Atlantic region of Canada. Now here are the winds. This white shading right in here near Belize, those are winds of 80 kilometers an hour or about 50 miles per hour. So showing you both scales to keep everyone covered best I can. And then not a whole lot on the way of circulation with this area here. But I like this map because this is where I could kind of find circulation, kind of see where things are going to be. So this here is on Sunday. You see as this works in, it will have made landfall later today. So on Sunday, not much of a circulation left with this, not much of a circulation here. But as we go out in time here, this is into next week. You see a couple things on this map popping up. Here is that circulation once again from Nadine, and that should redevelop, refire up in the Pacific side. And then we start to see a hint of a circulation right in here. Nothing too strong, but watching the southern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. And then as we go on time further, this here is by Tuesday of the upcoming week. Of course, this area is going to really start to strengthen again in the Eastern Pacific. And then we swing over here and we're going to see this little circulation kind of right through here. See, here's Bermuda. You see some gustier winds here, a little bit of that white showing up there. Those could be some gustier winds of 40, 50 miles per hour right in there. And then you see the winds kind of building, especially as we get into later on Tuesday into Wednesday as we work our way near Bermuda. So we could have some tropical, nothing we can't handle in Bermuda, but some tropical storm-like conditions. If not a true tropical storm, which would be Oscar, by the time we get into late Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, here's the European model, and then I want to expand out further in time. So you see, this is Nadine, and I like to show this to show you kind of a comparison. And both models are generally showing the same thing. here's what could become Oscar. Look at this, high pressure dominant in the southeast U.S. That is the blocker as of now. That doesn't mean eventually later this season something can't swing up, but as of now, not seeing that at all. High pressure, the dominant feature, protecting Florida, and then points to the north. Here, by the time we get into tomorrow, is what's left of Nadine. And then you see that spot, eastern Cuba, southern Bahamas, over toward the Turks and Caicos, some of the additional rain. Shouldn't be a classified system at this point.
Don't forget, everybody, 50% off of everything at Turks and Caicos.
Point, that blocker right in place acts as a fence. There's that barrier keeping everything down to the south. Now, going out in time further, this here's as we work our way into early next week on Monday, and you can see the circulation over here, what should become Nadine again, and then you see this additional rain right in here. So we're looking at eastern Cuba, seeing some tropical storm conditions for some gustier winds, even if it's not a classified system. And let's go out in time here further as we get deeper to the upcoming week, as we work our way into Tuesday. And you see here, this is when this area right here starts to make a turn. There's going to be a little front that kind of helps pull it up, but it may start to develop. The European model is a little more aggressive with the development. A couple of the other models are hinting at development too. There is a chance that this tries to become Oscar as it gets tied into a front. Here's Bermuda right there, and then it just kind of gets tied into a front. So regardless of if that area gets a name, as we work our way into the middle of next week, we're going to see some higher seas, gustier winds, and that rain chance, of course, growing as we get toward Bermuda. So let's expand out in time. Here's the Atlantic region of Canada. This is Tuesday, so I'm jumping ahead, right? This is on Tuesday as we track this area here. Here's Bermuda, and you see Tuesday into Wednesday, that better chance of rain. We'll see if it becomes a named system, but either way, some gustier winds that will be moving into
guys, this link here for anybody that's curious. It's an Amazon wish list that some mods about a year ago had said I should put together. I did, and it has equipment that is used to run the stream, coffee, creamer, stuff like that. If anybody chooses to support the channel by going and donating stuff like that, that's how you would do it. Again, this is not something we expect. It's just an option out there if anybody chooses to do it. And I thank you all ahead of time for anybody that would. Thank you very much for that again, Zelda.
Bermuda. This is early on Wednesday morning. Now, here's a system coming through Quebec. There's a front coming in. What's going to happen this time of year is that front comes through Quebec and it helps draw this moisture up toward the Atlantic region of Canada. Shouldn't be tropical in nature, but that does mean strong winds, gusty winds, and additional rainfall Thursday, potentially into Friday. More so it's looking Thursday. We'll work on the timing as we get down the road. But just a heads up, anywhere from Nova Scotia, and we'll see how this evolves, watching New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, especially Newfoundland, we could see this area kind of working up with some heavier rain into the upcoming week. So giving you that heads up in the Atlantic region of Canada. So Nadine, that is the name right now. That is the tropical storm impacting Belize, parts of Mexico, and Honduras, working its way toward Guatemala. Next area on the list, next name on the list is Oscar, and then it would be Patty after that. So yeah, tons going on. Now, obviously the higher seas, this is meters. This is feet, again, trying to keep everyone covered. Dangerous seas, Western Caribbean, of course, where Nadine's coming on shore. And then we just simply stay choppy in the Gulf and the Atlantic waters. But I want to go out in time here further. This is by the time we get into Tuesday. And watch how stuff builds as we get into the middle of the week. This is Wednesday, and you could really see those seas building as this area here that will be near Haiti, kind of lifting up toward Bermuda. The seas in the Atlantic, this is by Thursday, are really going to be building as that system kind of winds up with that front that moves in. So as far as the rain goes, I zoomed down earlier where Nadine is, but you could see here 3-day rain total, substantial. So the heads up, southern Bahamas, watching us across the southern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, even into eastern sections of Cuba. We'll be right on the edge of it, parts of northern sections of the Dominican Republic, and then back toward Haiti. But some of these totals could be as high as 100 millimeters of rain or 4 inches of rain or higher. 4 to 6 inches of rain will be a possibility for 3-day totals. Still unsettled Cayman Islands and Jamaica. We're in between systems. We have this area over here, Nadine back to the west, but that's going to keep us unsettled with that chance of some scattered storms. Could see a few downpours. Same thing in Puerto Rico, kind of hit or miss, Antigua, Barbuda, Dominica, Martinique. If you do get a shower possible, or even a thunderstorm, 50 millimeters of rain or 2 inches of rain. St. Lucia, Lucia, Barbados, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada, Trinidad, and Tobago. Watching out for some scattered areas of rain. 3-day totals, again, could top 50 millimeters of rain or 2 inches of rain if you do get some rain. Not as much Suriname, Guyana, watching over toward Venezuela. Of course, the bullseye right through here, which I did cover earlier, but still watching out for some of the downpours. Panama, Costa Rica, and parts of Nicaragua, watching El Salvador. But here's that swath of rain, that life-threatening flood potential. Parts of Mexico, Belize, right toward Guatemala as Nadine makes landfall. And that landfall will be later today. We swing back toward Mexico City north, mainly dry, but we'll watch out for some of this moisture starting to build south of Mexico City as we go over the next few days. And then that area will shift off toward the Pacific. So I mentioned Jamaica, we're still going to be unsettled the next 3 days. A 50 to 60% chance of rain. Cayman Islands, we're looking at about a 50% chance, 40 to 50% chance, Trinidad and Tobago. So we don't have any name system nearby for us in Trinidad, but we're going to see that chance of some scattered showers and storms. And we do that again in Barbados, not a washout, not a guarantee we get rain, but scattered areas of rain. St. Lucia, we're looking at that 50% chance, 40 to 50% chance as we get back through Grenada, 40 to 50% chance St. Vincent and the Grenadines, about a 50% chance the next couple of days in Martinique. 50% chance as we swing back through Dominica. We lift to the north and no washout, but again, a chance of some showers possible. Guadeloupe, rain chance a little bit lower. Antigua, Barbuda, kind of that seasonal 40% chance. We'll do that again. St. Kitts, Nevis, and Montserrat, 40% chance the next couple of days. Anguilla, St. Bart's. We get back towards St. Martin, Saba, and Statia. 40% chance as we swing through the weekend. Rain chance a little bit higher over toward Puerto Rico, where we could get a couple thunderstorms mix in. It's still this time of year. If we are dry, we're going to be on the hot side, but that could also help pop up some afternoon storms. 40% chance U.S. and British Virgin Islands. 50% chance in the Bahamas. But again, southern Bahamas, back toward the Turks and Caicos. That's where that rain chance is going to be higher. Watching this carefully, monitoring that flooding very carefully with that second tropical disturbance. Dominican Republic, better chance on the north side, 40% chance the next couple days. And I mentioned north side of Haiti. We could get some of those showers starting to work in. I'll be fine-tuning that the next couple of days, of course. All eyes are on Belize, with the landfall later today of Tropical Storm Nadine. Passing shower possible, Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire. As we get into the upcoming week, especially, about a 30% chance on Monday. Rain chance in Guyana, not too high, 40% chance. 30% chance in Suriname. In the rain chance, now this is split as well. Cuba, watching eastern Cuba in particular for that second tropical disturbance that could bring us additional rain. Costa Rica, Panama, rain chance 60 to 70%. And of course, Nicaragua today on the elevated side. But as we swing toward Honduras, that's where a lot of the action is. Now it is split. The focus for us in Honduras, northern sections with the very heavy rain, the coastal flooding, watching out for the flood potential all the way through tonight into at least early tomorrow. And then the moisture from Nadine tries to swing back, especially toward parts of northern Guatemala, but still watching out for some extra rain over toward El Salvador. Rain chance will pick up some in Mexico City, but not too high. And of course, watching the Yucatan. Now, Merida will get some rain out of this. Heaviest, though, Cozumel to the south on the east side of the Yucatan Peninsula. Northern Colombia, 40% chance, 30% chance the next couple days. Northern Venezuela, 30 to 40% chance in Bermuda, but just kind of keeping an eye on. We're going to see what evolves as we get into the week ahead, as we get into Tuesday, Wednesday for that higher chance of rain. So Central America, the major flooding as Nadine continues to move in, watching the river crossings, the mudslides. Nadine will cross from the Atlantic Basin. It's in the Caribbean right now, over toward the Pacific, and then tracking that second disturbance that will eventually make a swing up toward Bermuda, and then even near the Atlantic region of Canada. So very busy. I know there's a lot going on in this video. Maybe you could go back, kind of stop it at points you need just to get the proper information out. Thank you for sharing this information. Please be safe where Nadine is, over toward parts of Mexico, watching over toward Belize and Honduras. We are monitoring together as we go throughout the day. I'll be watching those comments. Be safe with that flooding and have a good rest of your day.
And there it is. There it is, guys. That is what is going on. First and foremost, though, good morning and welcome, my brother. Good to see you, Arctic Fox. Thank you for being here.
No problem. Sorry I'm late. I have been bombarded with my DMs this morning, and I had to take my mom to go get her hair done. But I am here, better late than never.
Always happy to have you here, brother. Always. I hope everything's okay. Your
Oh yeah.
DMs head blowing up. I hope that doesn't mean anything bad. Always something going on. Always. Great to have you here, though. And congrats, Stormy. Welcome to the sauce, or back to the sauce, I should say. We appreciate you very much. And yes, always happy to see a new meatball popping in the sauce every day. Yeah, again, like SRB said, praying for Belize. You know, anybody that's going to go through any of these storms, guys. I know it. Even just because it's not on our soil, there's still human beings that have to go through this, and it's been nothing but chaos and horrific situations for anybody that's had to endure any of the storms this year. So hopefully, you know, it doesn't beat things up too bad down there. I really hope it doesn't. And I hope it stays away from us, because nobody can handle this anymore. It's been enough this year. I'll say that much for sure. So, okay, onward. Thank you again, Arctic and where'd she go? Both of them said it. So thank you for that. Prayers for Belize. Amazing. Yes. Thank you, Victoria Burgess, and welcome. Good to see you this morning. Appreciate you very much. Yes, Stormy, you definitely can. You could have before, hon. We told you that. If we can put the link out there for Brandy, for Stormy to be able to jump in the Discord, please. I thought it was understood that I had backed that off so that anybody that comes in here could have joined at that point for a while. There it is right there. Thank you, SRB. You are awesome. Let's see here. And then my true love best friend lives in Chicago. Victoria. Okay. All right. There's 50 people in here, y'all. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out if you will. And let's move on. Move on. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. I'm going to start with this one, as sad as it is. Just get it out of the way. If it'll work. Hold on here. This kind of stuff kills me to see this daily. Give me one moment here. I've seen this face before. It's weird. Thank you again for that, SRBBBB. So, a 1-month-old was found deceased in a hot car. The coroner just revealed surprising autopsy results. Good Lord. Miss Molly says, member for 19 months. 19. I was going to say, I think it's been longer than that. Congrats. Happy Dago-versary to you, Miss Molly. We appreciate you, dear. Everything you do, and appreciate you being part of this family. God bless. And again, thank you for being here. TWY, good morning. And I appreciate you very much for joining us today. It says, thank you for not having drama in your channel. Thank you for realizing that. I appreciate that that people are seeing that we don't. I've gotten a lot of emails about this and a lot of messages of people thanking us for not having that. So thank you for noticing, and thank you for appreciating it very much.
We try not to have drama. Sometimes it just shows up, but we try.
Sometimes you can't avoid it, but we do our best to stay away. I'd rather surround myself with amazing people like Arctic Fox, Mind of Monsters, Duchess, and other people are the people that I like to follow and watch and do the things that they do rather than some other stuff, guys. That's my choice because of what you do see in these other channels. So, and we're going to talk about that today. There's a little something that popped up because of some of that stuff I'm going to say, but you'll see what I'm talking about here shortly. Molly says, and y'all are not sick of me yet. Well, I never said that, Molly, but I'm just kidding before you go anywhere with that. We love you, Molly. You know it, regardless of your downfalls and your craziness and your craziness. Just saying. I'm just teasing. We love you. You know that. End of story. The drama is beyond draining, SRB. It will drain every bit of life out of anybody that stays in it. I'm telling you. It's just, and it doesn't help with what we do. You know, for instance, everything that goes on in the Sebastian Rogers case, which again, we're going to be talking about here shortly. Does anybody know where Sebastian is at this point still? No. But we do know about everybody else's life, everything that has gone on in their lives, and everything that goes on behind the scenes in their lives. Stuff that none of us care to know. But the one most important thing is that we don't know where Sebastian is, and neither do they. And sadly, it doesn't seem like they care. So, just saying, onward and upward. Again, a 1-month-old was found deceased in a hot car. The coroner just revealed surprising autopsy results. The infant's mother's charged with with murder and felony endangering the health of a life of a child. A 1-month-old boy found dead inside a hot car in Peoria, Illinois in September had so much cocaine in his body that the drugs were Jesus Christ, what? Were the immediate cause of his death. The Peoria County Coroner's Office confirms to people. Holy shit. Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, I like to fell out of my chair when I was reading that.
Good God, folks. Shame on you. Here's another one. A 1-month-old boy found dead inside a car in Peoria, Illinois in September had so much cocaine in his body that the drugs were the immediate cause of his death. The Peoria County Coroner's Office confirms to people the infant Grayson Lunsford, whose final cause of death was ruled to be cocaine poisoning, also suffered from heat stress, dehydration, malnutrition, and neglect, according to the Coroner's Office. Oh, we have another version of Leilani here, I see. After thorough analysis, sorry about that, it was determined that the presence and quantity of cocaine in the baby's system were significant enough to conclude that cocaine intoxication was the immediate cause of death. The office said in a statement, adding that the other factors were also terminal conditions. The office, which declined to confirm to people the exact amount of cocaine found in the infant's body, said that in the statement that the mode of entry of the cocaine into the infant's system remains under investigation. Grayson's mother, Andrea Ann Lunsford, is charged with murder and felony endangering the health and life of a child, according to her online court docket. I wonder if it shows that there. I don't want to get into all that, but okay. Just after 7 p.m., September 16th, officers were dispatched to the 2400 block of North Peoria in regards to a report of a deceased infant. The Peoria Police Department said in a statement at the time. The unresponsive infant was not breathing when officers arrived, and he was pronounced dead at the scene, according to police. Police announced Lunsford's arrest in connection to the case the following day. The 26-year-old mother was arraigned in Peoria County Circuit Court earlier this month, per her online docket, which does not indicate if she entered a plea to the charges. Her public defender, Jennifer Patton, declined to comment to people on the case. I'll bet. Pretrial hearing is slated for November 6th, and the jury trial is set for November 18th at 9 a.m. I may have to follow that just because I'm really curious now. And again, guys, this is a great resource here. We do have this link too. If you suspect child abuse, please call the Child Help National Child Abuse Hotline at 1-800-4-A-CHILD or 1-800-422-4453. Or you can go to www.childhelp.org. All calls are toll-free and confidential. The hotline is available 24/7 in more than 170 languages. Guys, please, if you see something, say something. And not only that, stop minding your business, folks, and do the right thing. It's time that we start stepping in and trying to save our children from the people that are destroying them day after day after day and taking them out of our lives. Please, please, please.
We say it 1,000 times, and we say it every live that we do. If you see something, say something, because you could literally be the difference between that kid's life and death.
100%. 100%. This is insane. A child that has so much cocaine in their system that initially was that. Not only did this idiot leave this child in the car and dehydration and heat stress, cocaine, and I'd like to know how. This is an infant. I'd like to know how. I don't even know what to say. Doodle, anything?
Just that even if you are a grandparent, an aunt, whatever, don't take a child in if you're not going to take care of the child.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't get over the Billy thing. I really can't. It just
I
hurts
get it.
me because I'm thinking, why on earth would you even take that on if you're not going to take care of them? That's pointless. That's putting the kid in the same situation.
Right.
Take care of them or let someone take care of them, please.
100%. There's so many people. There are so many people out there that would gratefully take a child that can't either can't have children or that are just good people and want to give that child a good life, guys. There's so many people out there that will do it. There's no excuse for not. Okay.
Exactly. And there's
No.
so many options available for people that can't take care of the child. They can drop it off at a fire station. There's hospitals that you can drop the child off at. There's no excuse for the bullshit that we're seeing. And in this case, as far as how the cocaine got in the child's system, it may have very well been an accidental thing. I don't think so, because I think that, the cocaine killed the kid and that the mother put the kid in the hot car to try to cover up the
Yeah.
act.
Thank
But
you.
there are times, people aren't responsible with their drugs. Babies get into any type of thing that they see. So,
Well, and we just heard in the trial that we're following with Leilani how the cocaine was done on the dresser that was right there, that very easily could have been reached by Quentin or Zane or maybe not the baby, but still right there. Guys, listen, I don't understand this. You have a child. You are responsible for a life, a human life. Okay. It doesn't take a whole lot of common sense or even a whole lot of time out of your precious day to take some precautions. I'm not telling you not to do drugs or whatever. Okay. That's your choice. That's everybody's choice. But when you have a baby, a child of any sort that is in your life, in the vicinity of what you're doing, just take the precautions it takes to make sure that
oh, yeah.
baby.
I mean, I agree with all y'all. In this case, that was a 1-month-old baby. There's no way he accidentally got into that. That
Nope.
child was intentionally poisoned with the cocaine and then put into that hot car to try to cover up the crime.
100%. 100%. I do agree. And I'm just saying that because of what we heard within the Simon trial so far. But this happens, guys. You don't know how many times I've taken babies to the hospital for accidental overdose. Fentanyl. There was a baby that was we found that was oh God, how old was he? He was crawling. I think he was 18 months old. 18 months, yeah, roughly right around 18 months. This person had been using fentanyl patches for pain that they would put like on their back and stuff like that. Little square patches that had a gel that had the gel residue had fentanyl in it. The baby grabbed it off of a table and was eating it.
Yeah.
And
I mean, at 18 months, they're starting to stand up and they can grab shit off tables, and people just don't realize how dangerous it is to leave stuff. Well, people, if they have any intelligence to them, do. But there
right.
are people out there that just, oh, well, I'll just leave my Coke sitting right here on the table. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. And thank God the baby that we took in, I believe, well, there was when we were monitoring, there was definitely a heart rate issue, but the baby survived. Okay. Now, if there's any permanent damage, I don't know, but it can happen. It definitely can happen. Okay. That's all you got to do. Pay attention. If you, like he said, if you have any kind of sense whatsoever, just pay attention. I mean, I'm not telling you to change your life. You that's up to you. I would personally, but that's up to you. Just pay attention and be careful. There's no need for senseless bullshit. None at all. Thank you, Cheryl, very much. Another waste of a so-called mom. These are not moms. These are not parents. They're incubators. That's all these people are.
Exactly. I mean, look, I've made no secret that I use the THC gummies for pain, but I don't have kids in and out of my house on a regular basis, but I still keep the stuff locked up on the off chance that one of my nephews or something comes over. I don't want them getting into it. So.
Yes, right, exactly, 100%. It's just common sense, guys. And if you have animals around, they get into it too. I know for a fact. My son. This is one of the reasons why I had kicked my son out of my life. He was doing meth, okay, and he would go down to my basement and hide and do it, and he dropped some on the floor. My dog must have licked it up. Thank God it didn't kill him, but he was going nuts for 24 hours. Biting and scratching and digging and walking in circles and whining. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I came to find out that's what it ended up happening. And that's when I told him, you have to go. You can't be in my house. I don't want you around my son. your younger brother, because God knows what could happen. And again, so these are the things you got to do. Okay. You just got to open your eyes. You got to pay attention, and you got to, focus on what is going on in your life, guys. It's not that hard. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. Yes, Stormy, I worked in the fire service and EMS for years. So that's why you'll hear me say, in my experience, or if I talk about stories, I've had a lot of things that I've seen and heard throughout the 17-year period of time that I did this, which gives me the background to be able to talk about certain things we do. So, but yes, Stormy, that's what it was. I don't know, guys. I just don't understand people's mentality, how you could just not care. But here again, seems to be, I believe what Arctic says. I truly do. An infant cannot pick up cocaine and ingest it. Okay. They're not going to do what we would see people do. I truly believe that was intentionally done. And then they tried to put the baby in the car, which is so stupid, and say that it was the other stuff. Either way, you're a dumb person. Sorry. So, damn these people is all I'm saying. Damn these people.
Mm-hmm.
They are just, it's sickening to me. The problem is the children aren't taken from the birth parent soon enough to get them out of situation until the child is older. People want to adopt babies so the kid goes into, well, that's, yeah, Terry, you're right in that sense, because I'll tell you here, I knew for a fact of a mother that was pregnant. They knew that she did drugs. Because of different issues she had throughout her pregnancy. When the baby was born, or right before the baby was born, I think, or right after, I'm sorry, they tested the cord blood and there was drugs in it. They did not allow that woman to take that child home from the hospital. CPS stepped in immediately and took custody of that child. Now, they did allow her to go through drug counseling, blah, 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 so on and so forth. She did get her child back, and they are living a good, healthy, happy life. But beforehand, they do those things now, as to say that, in some senses they don't. Terry saying you're right, it does happen, but I'm saying that I will give them enough to say that they are watching these things now during pregnancy. If there's something that comes up in blood work, or during the, I don't even know what you call it, the pregnancy doctor's visits and stuff like that, they report this to CPS folks, doctors, and
And
the
what
nurse.
I've seen happen more often than not is the mother will be heavily on drugs. She'll get pregnant. They'll take one child away, and then she'll move to another state or something. She'll get
Yeah,
pregnant again, where the record hasn't been passed on to that other state, and then
exactly.
lo and behold, the child has an overdose and passes away, or something tragic happens to the child. That, or all too often, the mother never gets clean, but because CPS likes to reunify so goddamn much, they end up getting their kids back, and then something tragic happens. So,
Agreed. And that reunification is bullshit, folks. I guarantee you Arctic is going to agree with what I'm saying. Yes, it is important for families to be together if you have good people involved in the family. If you're taking a child out of a home because there's a threat to their life, no, reunification is not the answer. It's
well,
not.
like in the case that you were talking about, where the mother went and did the right thing. She went through the drug court, got herself clean. She passed. I mean, I would imagine she had to have passed multiple drug tests and prove
Yes,
herself clean for a significant period of time. Then I've got no problem with reunification. But if they've come out of a very abusive situation where they've been beat, where I've seen cases where a child's eye socket was broken, but then they got reunited with their family. That's bullshit. I don't
yeah,
care. A tiger doesn't change their stripes. Once an abuser, always an abuser.
good point. Very good point. I do agree. I
Yes, and many
do
forget
agree.
that when you breastfeed, that drug goes directly to that baby. And I
Of
don't
course.
know if that was a situation like this or not, but many young mothers forget that,
I
and
don't.
that can be fatal. That can
I
be
mean, that definitely is a possibility, yeah. But I can't imagine the amount that this baby had in her in the body would come that way, because it does break it down at some
oh, no.
point.
Yeah, that was purposely.
It sounds to me like it was basically a pure source. You know what I'm saying? Like it was fed to the baby or put in a bottle or something. Um, it's
That's
insane.
awful. That's horrible. My god.
It is. It's beyond horrible. And again, these cases that we bring are horrific stuff, guys, but it needs to be brought, the awareness needs to be brought to see that it's happening out there so that we can be able to know what to look for with these people and just say, hey, no, stop. Again, stop minding our business. We've been taught for years and years and years. And I know people are going to disagree, and I don't care because there's no other answer anymore. Mind your business. That's not my business. I'm staying out of it. I'm staying out of it. I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing this. I'm staying out of it. That's their business, not mine. That's their problem. Bullshit. That's what the problem is. So many people have done that for so long. This is why we're losing our children. Day after day after day after day, because too many people are turning a blind eye and walking the other direction, folks.
And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse because with this abortion ban, this is going to get worse real fast.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So it is our place. And I don't care what people think, guys. It is my place. I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for all of you. If I see something that I know is wrong, I'm going to step right the hell in the middle and say, stop. No. You don't do that. People want to come at me, then come at me. I don't give a fuck anymore. I am sick of seeing so many children die, disappear, be harmed, be hurt over stupid things that somebody could do something about and make a difference for and save that child's life. I'm just done with it.
Well, I mean, the fact that we live in a society where we have to put alarms in cars to remind people to check the back seat for their kids says everything. You know, we check for our phones. I mean, people go nuts if they leave their phone in the fucking car. Are you telling me that your phone's more important than your damn kid is?
Well, you want me to answer that, Arctic? Because you know damn well.
You need a reminder that you have a child in the back seat. You don't deserve a child.
No, you don't. And again, I've said this for years now. If you want a child and you want to take care of that child, then by all means, please do what you're doing. But if you don't, stop having children. Okay? Stop. Children do not ask to be brought into this world. You do it when you do. It's a privilege to have a child, folks. It's not a hindrance. Okay? Stop doing it. And if you do think you want a child and you just can't handle it, then reach out. There are resources everywhere. If you don't want that child after you've had that child, Arctic says it all the time. I've said it. There's fire stations, churches, hospitals, other people that you could go to that will take that child from you rather than taking its life or doing something stupid. Okay? It's not that hard. It's really not. So, and I'll continuously preach about this, guys. I can't stand seeing this. It's every day. And it's multiple times a day. How many, if you guys go to Arctic's channel, which I hope you do, and you look at what this man does daily, he does not do it every day sometimes because he does need a break, okay? Because he does it so much. Doodlebug does it. Duchess does it. Mom does it. I do it. There's so many people. Miss Sherry does it. Alicia does it. But go look at Arctic's channel, guys, and look at the amount of missing posters he puts out. The amount of missing persons and missing children's cases he puts out. It's an obscene amount, and that's a great thing. But it tells you there are people here that really do want to help, that really do care. And it's not that hard. It's really not that hard to be that person, to step 1 foot forward and say, okay, I'm going to put my foot into this. I'm going to put myself into this business to make sure that this is what's going on. The right thing that's going on is what I'm trying to say. Sorry about that. Anyway,
and I'm gonna do a shameless plug if you don't mind, Dago, because I've got an important live stream tonight. I'm talking with the sister of a girl that's been missing since 1989, and the incompetency of the Aransas Police Department is going to piss you off to no end when you hear how they dropped the ball in this case.
Oh, I can only imagine. So yeah, that is going on tonight, guys. Don't forget, it's going to be 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. or I have it backwards. 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Central, 7 Mountain, 9 Eastern.
I always screw that up. But yeah, guys, it's going to be an interesting show. Please be there to show your support for that. If nothing else, anything Arctic puts out, it means something, folks. It's not just to put it out. There's a reason behind everything he does. And you're definitely going to be impressed. So please, again, guys, click on that link if you have not yet done it. Go subscribe. Hit that bell so that you do know when that happens and you'll be reminded. and you don't miss it, because it's going to be something that definitely needs to be seen by everybody. And I appreciate you doing it, bro. I really do. Just as I do with everything you do. So thank you, Kaylee. Please go check that stuff out, folks. You don't want to miss it. I'm doing everything I can to be there. We have a get together going on tonight, but I can slide away for a while to do what I got to do. The amount of children missing is phenomenal. Everyone who makes videos, yes, it is. It's just the tip of the iceberg, folks. It really is. There's so much more. Like I said, I could sit here, me and Arctic and Mom and Duchess, and there's a couple other channels, and everybody else that does this could sit here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and bring these out to you guys and tell you about this for a year, and it wouldn't even scratch the surface of how much there is out there, guys. It's ridiculous. It really is. Thank you all for that, for going over and subscribing, liking it, and again, share it out, guys. Share it through your social media platforms so other people can see what's going on over there too. Okay, please, thank you, and I really do appreciate it. I don't know, Arctic. Brandy said, did you get the Amber Alert from last night?
Yeah, I posted it to my community tab. That thing woke me up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and the first thing I did was post it. So,
okay, awesome. Real quick here, thank you, Molly. This is the idiot mother that did this with the cocaine with the baby, Andrea Lungsford. Looks like she's got a class 3 felony for endangering and a class M felony for murder that were dropped September 16th. So good. She needs to pay the price on that. What is the, well, actually, no, I'm going to do this. 1 second here. Give me a moment, everybody. Please and thank you. Doodle, have you heard from Miss Sherry by any chance today? Or Wisdom
No,
Speaks?
not today.
Okay. You're really making me nervous. Hold up 1 minute, guys. Why does this do this every time? Let me see here. Is this the one you just put up last night, Arctic?
hold on.
Or this morning?
No, that's the one. That's one out of the Carolinas from this morning. If you scroll down, it should be 3 or 4 down. There it is. That's the one right there.
Okay, Amber Alert.
If you click see more up there, it should show all the information.
There we go. Okay. Trixie Studer out of Ratcliffe, Arkansas, Logan County, 14-year-old white female. Hold on, guys. I want to make sure you can see her face. Okay. Born on June 4th, 2010, 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, blue hair, green eyes, went missing October 18th, which was yesterday, 2024. Last seen wearing a white short shirt with a large brown stripe, black pants. Trixie had 2 backpacks, one light blue and the other is an unknown color. Trixie had a cat with her that is black with brown spots. Suspect's vehicle is believed to be a silver SUV with black wheels with the license plate removed. That's convenient. If seen, please contact Logan County Sheriff's Office at 703-587-3399. It looks like she wears purple glasses if she had those on. I don't know if you guys can see this. Maybe I can. Hold on a minute here. See if I can blow the picture up a little bit. That's better. There we go. 14 years old. Again. She's 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, blue hair, green eyes, with purple glasses. If you see her, please contact Logan County Sheriff's Department, folks. Please, please, please. So do you have any idea if this was she went on her own recognizance or if she was taken purposely?
Oh,
Is it
I
okay?
believe she was abducted. I believe 100% it was an abduction.
Okay. Okay. Um. All right. Damn it, Doodle. Guys, do me a favor, please. I'm begging you guys. Wisdom Speaks is a very important part of this channel. She's a very important person in my life. I told you guys she's like the channel mother here. And we do absolutely adore and love her. She's having a rough time with her health right now, but if everybody could please keep her in your thoughts and prayers, that would mean the world to me. I get nervous when I don't hear from her, and I know she's very sick. And when she gets sick, she gets very sick. So please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. That's all I can ask. And just think of her, if you will, please. As far as the channel is concerned, for sure. Thank you all very much for that as well. Again, this is her channel here. Thank you, Alicia. Oh Lord. That stuff makes me nervous. So again, there is the Amber Alert. Now let me throw this one back up here that we had up first too. If I could spend the day doing this, I would. But this is another one. Jaquavius Tyrese Lavelle Gray, age 15, black hair, brown eyes, 5'3", 160 pounds. This is out of Greenville, South Carolina, I do believe. Let's see here. Hold on, I'll show you his face again. It says that deputies with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office are seeking information regarding the whereabouts of 15-year-old Jaquavius, maybe I think it's pronounced, Tyrese Lavelle Gray. Jaquavius was last seen at his residence located on Chevy Chase Boulevard in Peltzer, South Carolina on October 13th of 2024. He was last seen wearing tan shorts, a black Nike hoodie, which is kind of like what he's wearing, but this one's blue. Red Crocs. If anyone sees Jaquavius or has any information on his whereabouts, please call the Greenville County Sheriff's Office at 864-271-5210 or just dial 911 immediately. Very handsome young man. Like I said, he looks like he's probably wearing just a black version of this hoodie here. That's what he would look like. Welcome, Brutally Honest. Thank you for joining us. CZ, great to have you here so very much. Moonlit Baby, always a pleasure as well. I'll make sure I got everybody else. James Gype. Hello, and thumbs up to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Very much. All right. So there is that young man again. If you wanted to contact, again, the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, 864-271-5210, or again, just dial 911 and say, hey, I think I saw that missing young man, Jaquavius Tyrese Lavelle Gray. Thanks for putting those up, by the way, Arctic, once again. Thank you.
Thanks needed.
Everything
I did a bunch of shorts this morning too. I haven't had a chance to post 90% of my flyers that I intended to post, but it's just been a hectic morning. But I will get to it after the live today.
Yep. Absolutely. I gotta get some more shorts up too. I just thought of that. All right, onward we go. Let me see.
I did send you something in Discord for when we start talking about the drama in the Sebastian Rogers case.
Okay, because that's something else I was gonna be looking at too that was sent to me. I think, in fact, that's where we're going next. For those of you that aren't familiar, I know you guys know what the Sebastian Rogers case is. There's been a lot of drama with this, okay? A whole lot. And everybody knows that's why I kind of backed away from it, because I'm not about that. I'm about finding this child, bringing him home, period. You know, when we cover the true crime stuff, that's what we do. And I know that we kind of bounce around to different things on this show, but this is still important, okay? And this is a proof of what we've been saying on this. Arctic has been saying it. I've been saying it. Duchess has been saying it. I've been saying it. Other channels have been saying There's nothing but drama surrounding this case. And that if you were to come into this, I said this not too long ago, more than once. If you were to come into this case today and you typed it in, Sebastian Rogers, missing child, and started watching the videos that are out on this, you're not going to have a clue who the hell this is. Because they don't talk about Sebastian Rogers, the child that's been missing since February 26th of this year. They talk about everything else and all the other drama that goes on. And we've seen this again and again. Stupid court dates for Big Mouth Betty and this and that. And the Proudfoots are suing this person and that person suing that one. And this one's sleeping with this one or did or abused that one. That's all we've seen. That's all we've seen. And if you get lucky enough to look at one of our other channels that do this, you'll see a missing poster for this child and his information that we put out all the time. But that's where you're going to see it. You're not going to see it for anywhere else, guys. So now, and I think a lot of us knew this was coming at some point. The father has made some really dumb decisions with this case. He's brought in people on this case that shouldn't have been brought in on this case and ran off the people that had credentials that could have possibly helped. Made dumb decisions. I'm not trying to sit here and talk bad about the parents, guys. I'm not doing that. I'm just telling you my feelings. I think there's been some really dumb decisions made on his side of things with this. You haven't heard much from the other side. They're not making the decisions that we can see that he is, but I don't trust either side, to be honest with you. And I'm not taking either side off the table until we find out exactly what happened to this child. So that being said, were you going to say something, Arctic or Doodle? I thought I heard somebody start to speak. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you. Now, I will say, to be fair, I do think it's important that the protective orders against Betty were covered, because I think that if more parents took that type of action against more creators, it might stop some of the bullshit that we're seeing in this community.
Sure. No, that's agreed upon. I will say that much. Yes. And here's what's happened now. Because of that, and I'm throwing up this ticker at the bottom for the fair use thing. I guess this is from last night, 17 hours ago. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the lab. Josh from the lab has been involved in this in a lot of ways, with interviews and stuff like that. So now, guys, there has been, from my understanding, a lawsuit filed at this point. Petition for preliminary injunction and final injunction and other equitable relief. I want to make sure that I have the right documents here. Okay. And this is against or from, or no, wait, let me understand how this happened, because I didn't watch this. This was sent to me. At Night Media LLC, Dwayne. Okay, so again, we both know too, or we all know, I should say, that Nick the Hat and Dog the Bounty Hunter got involved in this. Okay, we've seen all the legal bullshit that's happened with Betty. We've heard these two get involved, and now we have all this other shit going on. And there's been a lawsuit filed against multiple other people, from my understanding. This is the paperwork on it here. It's hard to see. I'm trying to get it to the right spots. Okay. Petition for preliminary injunction and final injunction and other equitable relief. And it's the parties. Plaintiff at Night Media LLC is a Pennsylvania limited liability company with its principal place of business at One World Trade Center in New York. And again, this is the, see, it's jumping too far ahead. Hold on here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to make it work. Give me a minute. Bear with me. Okay, so the plaintiff, Dwayne the Dog Chapman, is an individual in his professional capacity as a bounty hunter and a public figure with an address at 1083 North. We don't need to know that. Plaintiff Seth Rogers, Mr. Rogers, which we all know is Sebastian's dad, is an individual residing at, again, we don't need to know that either. He is the father. Plaintiff Tony Mathis is an individual in his official capacity. That's a joke to me.
This lawsuit's a joke, because if you look at all the plaintiffs, they're the biggest shit fuckers in this whole case right now.
100% agreed. Plaintiff Hong Zai is an individual, which Hong is the person that works with Nick the Hat. Also, we have, I believe Nick is on here as well. as a plaintiff. And Tony, I keep skipping right over that part. Sorry, folks. He's a his official capacity as a national spokesperson for Seth Rogers. Okay.
Plaintiff Seth Rogers.
Hold on, I don't want to do that. I just want this to roll up the right way. Okay, so that Hong is the one that works with Nick. And then we have again plaintiff Andrew Griffin, which we all know is Big Mouth. And then Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valenti. These are all plaintiffs in this case, folks, in this lawsuit. All right. There's Nick's name right there. Defendant. Okay, so now all these people, the plaintiffs, are the ones filing this, from my understanding. Sorry, folks. Let me back it up just a tinge. Damn it. It's a pain in the butt. Give me a second here. We all know that Julia is the dog handler slash movie producer. I don't know what all she is.
So
but
who are they suing though?
That's where I'm getting to next. Yeah,
Oh,
that's where I'm going at. And again, Arctic said everybody that is a plaintiff in this case are basically the shit show and the troublemakers in this, okay? And have been mostly. I'm not saying these other people aren't, but just saying they're problem causers, okay? Come on here. Okay, so the first defendant, Stephanie Jo Trudy. Come on, roll up. Come on. Jessica Lynn Sang is another defendant. I guess it's just those two for right now. Good Lord, this is impossible to read.
So is this in retaliation for Betty? Is that what this is?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. Now, I don't know for a fact. I think this is this Arctic? Do you know who these two are, other than the names that they're putting up? Is this barbecue?
I think it's Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching.
That's what I thought. Okay. The other name is the one I recognize. I didn't recognize the Stephanie Jo name, but come on. And that's the one I recognize. Jessica Sang. Okay, so I believe this is Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, for those of you that aren't familiar, okay? It says here that plaintiffs commenced the instant action by filing a complaint in equity contemporaneously herewith. A true and correct copy of the complaint is attached hereto and made a part hereof, Exhibit A. Prayer for the preliminary injunction for the reasons stated in the attached complaint, the averments of which are incorporated herein by reference at night. Praise this honorable court to enter a preliminary injunction granting the following equitable relief, which is a preliminary injunction. Shit. Hold on. I wish I had the actual document. It would be a little bit easier. I couldn't find it though. Give me a second here. Prohibiting defendants Trudy and Sang, as well as any persons or entities acting by, for, or through them, from further disclosing, disseminating, or publicly sharing any private communications involving plaintiffs, their associates, including but not limited to recordings, live streams, or related content obtained without the consent of all parties, in violation of the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act 18 PACS 5703. So they're basically shutting down anything these two can do to talk about, to present in any way, shape, or form, anything that has to do with what's going on with Sebastian's case and these other people. Let me see here. So I'm not 100% sure what Granny's Watching did, other than maybe talk about these people in a negative way.
Well, I mean, I will say that neither Barbecue Lady nor Granny's Watching or without their own share of problematic behavior within the coverage of Sebastian Rogers. But as far as, I mean, looking at this, they're saying that they can't even commentate over YouTube live streams, and
Right.
there's not a case to be had there. Fair use, freedom of speech, they can commentate, much as I hate to say it. I mean, but, I know that for a fact, one of the reasons why I stopped going over to Granny's channel is that she had called and talked to a person that was manning the fake tip line set up by Seth Rogers and then played that shit on the air, which was very
Absolutely.
problematic.
Very much so, yes. And again, that's something that definitely doesn't need to happen in a case like this. There is no that like you said, fake tip line. That's not the way that should have went. So I don't know. Arctic, or not Arctic, but SRB says it's more about pushing lies, I believe. Granny's watching, does her fair share of drama. Surprise. Yes, she does. Once they're public access, click on case. They called him a pedo.
Well, I mean, if the shoe fits, I'm not going to call him that outright, but he was talking to Katie when she was 14 and he was 24.
Yeah. And he's made some really interesting statements to some other people too that he really shouldn't have. Okay. There's definitely a dark side to a lot of the things that he's made statements. The way he's approached other women, you got to look at it for what it is, guys. I mean, it's just it's weird. I'll just put it that it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to watch and to listen to. And yes, he got her pregnant also at that age too. That's another problem, folks. Think about that. Okay, he was 20 something. She was 14 when they first got together, and then got her pregnant at a certain age. Still, that's almost, if you look at it, I hate to say it like this, but that's grooming. I mean, Arctic, am I wrong?
Statutory rape.
That's statutory rape. It's grooming. It's everything. I mean, and Seth said himself, I believe, don't hold me to it, but I believe there was a live stream where Seth talked about Katie having 2 previous abortions prior to having Sebastian. She was around 18 when she had Sebastian, so if she had 2 previous abortions, how old was she when she was knocked up?
That's the thing, and I do believe the abortions were had because she was underage. Okay, that's truly my thought on that process. But again, and I'm not trying to bring the drama, folks. I'm trying to explain to you why we don't deal with the drama over here, any of these channels, because of things like this. And now we're at this point with this. Okay, there's a lot. Welcome, Ms. Barbara. Wonderful to see you this morning. I hope you're having a wonderful day. So, moving
Of course,
forward,
this is the same man who also sent out cease and desist to creators who were paying for billboards for his missing child. So,
and that's and agreed. And here's the thing: is the father came in here during a live stream. Mom was here with me. We welcomed him in very nicely. Everybody was very respectful. There's a couple people that made a couple statements, but I shut it down. And everything, the conversation was going well until that person was brought up and said, hey, you might want to look back at this person, and boom, he was gone. That's not how this should work. We're giving you advice based on what we've seen that you may not have seen. That was the choice he made, and then he never came back. So, okay, so be it. And you know how Mom talks, Arctic. She wasn't being rude by any means, and just said that this.
no. Well, I mean, when we interviewed Chris and Katie over on Duchess's channel,
Right.
Seth was in the chat. We invited him to come up there so that we could have all the parents presenting a united front at the same time, and he refused to come up on panel.
Absolutely. And then, yes, very true. Very true. That was multiple times that happened. Okay. In different forms, different channels, different creators, different aspects. Everybody was trying to do the same thing. Didn't want to hear it. And again, anybody that had any form of credentials that could have been a good asset to this case had been run off by one person, guys. One person. You got to wonder why. That makes no sense. So again, I'm going to go ahead and let this play now and hear what he's saying. Give me a second here.
or through them for further disclosing, disseminating, or publicly sharing any private communications involving plaintiffs or their associates, including but not limited to recordings, live streams, or related content obtained with the consent of all parties in violation of the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act. Directing defendants to cease the use of crowdsourcing or fundraising platforms, including but not limited to GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, YouTube Super Chats, to solicit funds for their legal defense or any other purpose related to litigation. All fundraising efforts must be conducted with full transparency and accuracy regarding the nature of the defense, and the defendant shall be prohibited from making misleading statements about this case. So what you have here at the very beginning is a lawsuit filed. I mean, this is a very big lawsuit, and there's a lot of was it Jane Doe's involved that will be, their names will be coming out shortly, I would assume. And yeah, so I believe there's a barbecue lady, and I believe Granny's Watching is the two that are named. Okay. Yeah, I heard you the first time, Christine. So if you don't want to listen, you don't have to. You don't, I mean, I saw what you said the first time. I get it. I understand. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. I don't know what to tell you. Well, for now. Let me see. I take that back. Dude, you did. I mean, this is a public filing. Why do I need to redact it? You know, of course I don't. It's not for me to redact. All right. So prohibiting defendants. Okay. So they're not supposed to talk about it, and they're not supposed to crowd source. Yeah, so from what I saw at the very beginning of this, which was I haven't went through the whole thing. It's like 100 pages between two different documents, and that there are others that are Jane Doe's in this, that it looks as though more people will be named. Let's see. Okay. Prohibiting defendants from making defamatory statements, disparaging statements regarding plaintiff Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis at Night Media, or any other named individuals, whether directly or indirectly, through any platform or media, to prevent further harm to plaintiff's reputation, emotional distress, as per Pennsylvania defamation and harassment statute.
So I think in essence what he's saying is that there are going to be other creators that get named in this. I'm not saying any names right now. Okay. I'm pretty sure we can guess who they might be. And I think that there's probably going to be a good 3 or 4 others that are going to come out with this too. Now, if that's the way this is going to go. So we'll see what happens.
I imagine that many of the call out channels will probably get named, just to be honest.
Probably. And many of the channels that have covered, I mean, there's a lot of channels, folks, that have covered this case from the beginning. There are channels that I used to kind of associate with that were on this from the beginning that may be named in this as well, because there was bad blood between Big Mouth and Tony and all these other people as well. And this is probably their only way of shutting all these people down. That's the only thing I can think of.
And again, I'm pretty sure there's at least one creator that has to go to the truck stop to weigh herself out of Tennessee that will probably get named as well. But
hold on, folks. Okay, sorry guys. I can't with you sometimes, dude. I can't. Anyway, yes, I can agree. Anyway, and I think it's probably gonna happen too. Good morning, Miss Karen. Wonderful to have you here, dear. I hope you're having a great day. It's a TWI says there's 50 does also mentioned. Okay, so there's quite a few, I'm sure. Hell, my name could even be in there at one point. I was associated with certain people, and you can get hit for guilt by association, folks, just because whether you've done it or not done it, it is what it is. But we all know that I've stayed away from the drama side of this for the most part as much as I could. And then even with the parts that I was dealing with, I still tried to kind of keep it quiet to an extent on certain things. I mean, I expressed my feelings about things, but I never went as far as some others did. And I wouldn't, because I just don't believe that kind of thing. You know, it's not helping. And at some point I eventually saw the damage that I believed it was doing and said, I will have nothing at all to do with that, and walked away from it. And I have not gone back. And like I said, you do see me talking about Sebastian from time to time, and that's truly just to bring his name back up and show his poster again. Really, that's it. Or I'll talk about something and review another channel. I think I've reviewed a few things Michelle has done, because I love Michelle, and she's been on point, you know, with a lot of what she's talked about. And I agree with her. So, but that's pretty much it there at that point. And it's interesting to see. I'm curious to see who these other 50 people are going to be. I think a lot of them could be people that are just associated with some of these channels as well. Or creators, I should say. And it's an interesting thing, because I think I called this a while ago that at some point I believed this was going to happen. Well, here we are. And I'm not trying to take credibility for anything. I'm just saying I kind of knew this was coming. So that being said, I'm real curious to see what happens now at this point, because here's the thing, guys. A lot of the channels that are probably being called out, this is their main source of content. You know what I'm saying? And when you're told you can't no longer do that, and you're told you can no longer talk about that, what do you think is going to happen? I don't think that we're going to be able to see a whole lot of anybody talking about Sebastian at this point, which is good and bad. Okay. It's good in a way that the bullshit should be shut down. I'll say that, but it's bad in the way that, in that sense, he's already been lost within this mess, in my opinion, but he's really going to be lost if there's nobody talking about him, because they have a fear of it now.
I agree. But at the same time, if they start going after the call out channels, like Nonsense and a couple of others that legitimately are trying to just clear up the misinformation, that's
Right.
an injustice to Sebastian as well.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I do agree, because Becky has done nothing but try to call out the bullshit on this. Okay, from what I've seen, and she's done a good job at doing it. But if they're going at that situation because of that, because Becky has also called out other idiotic things that have gone on with some of the people that are filing this too, as have I. And okay, so that's where this is going to have it's going to overflow from one side to another, in my opinion. So welcome, Michael 007. Good to see you. Mama Bear says alleging collusion by an enterprise to tarnish the reputation of Seth Rogers, the father of the missing child, as well as creators supporting him. Well, thank you. Or Mama Bear said, the beginning. I should probably read from the beginning. Saw this comment on X, Twitter 52. YouTube creators from the true crime community are being sued for their coverage of the Sebastian Rogers case. It's a RICO case, right? Which blows my mind that they have turned this into a RICO case. It's wild to me, but okay.
Now, I will say that they have gone after Seth far harder than what was necessary. But at the same time, that's like the pot calling the kettle black, because look at how Seth Rogers and bullshit Betty and almost 90% of the ones that are the plaintiffs in this case have gone after the Proudfoots with less evidence to attack them than what the creators that have gone after Seth have had.
100%, sir. 100%. And that's the one thing I don't understand with this. I kind of expect the possibility of a countersuit coming. Kind of. I can't say for a fact, but I do have the thought that it could happen. Okay. And I do think this is a retaliation thing. because of what happened with Betty. I truly do, in some sense. And it's doing nothing but taking the focus once again off of the reason why every one of us ever spoke about Sebastian Rogers to begin with. And that is, again, my opinion, but I do believe that is exactly all this is doing. It's one more distraction in a long list of distractions that we have had, taking our attention away from looking for Sebastian. I mean, I'm sure others will agree with me. Maybe people don't, but I truly do believe that that's what this is doing. Whether or not that's the goal to this, I don't know, but it is definitely taking focus away from finding him because everybody's looking at this now. You know what I'm saying? And it's stupid to me. It's good in some ways, like I said, and bad in others. And I think the bad may outweigh the good in some senses, is all I'm saying.
Directing defendants Trude and saying to cease any attempts to portray, disclose, or release the private information, identities, or families of the plaintiffs and associated individuals, whether through social media, public forum, or any other channels, to protect the safety and privacy of those involved. Requiring defendants Trude and Singh to immediately remove any existing online content, videos, posts, or publications that reference the plaintiffs in a defamatory, harassing, or intrusive manner, and to certify in writing that such content has been permanently removed from all platforms under their control. Ordering defendants Trude and Singh to reimburse plaintiffs for any cost incurred in addressing or mitigating the harm caused by the defendant's unauthorized disclosures and defamatory conducts, including but not limited to investigative. Let me see. Well, then just it's not crazy. It's not crazy and irresponsible. This is a legitimate lawsuit filed towards actual people on this app. So I don't know what you're talking about. So if you want to watch. If you don't, leave. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I'm just reading you the lawsuit that was filed. I didn't file this lawsuit.
Yeah, and the irony that the one covering this is one of the most problematic creators on the platform.
It's a good point, sir. Very good point. Again, just saying, like, I think I said that once already, but you know, it's interesting. It's very interesting to see how this is going to play out, because what are we going to do, guys, when everybody stops talking about him because they're afraid to? He's going to just disappear into the wind, and it's going to go completely cold, and that'll be the end of it. And it's left to the devices of people like Tony Mathis, Bullhorn Betty. And this is all, in my opinion, probably coming from Dog's side of things, because he's the only one that has the facilities to be able to pull something like this, in my opinion. And probably brought this up to their attention as well, because Nick sure didn't. And neither did Tony or Seth or anybody else. They didn't come up with this. And that's the thing. That's the whole thing. That's a good question. Why should people be afraid to discuss him? Because of this right here. They don't want to be sued. That's why everybody is going to be afraid to discuss him. You shouldn't be afraid to. We should be able to do that. And people should be doing it with a little class, okay, to try to direct it, or it should be directed at nothing but Sebastian. It hasn't been. That's where the problem is. Let's see here. Most creators can't cover Sebastian without going into drama. Very true. Very true. It is hard to do nowadays. There's Mom. There's Mom. Well, you are... Hold on, Mom. 1 second, everybody. Aha. Thank you, Mama Bear. That's perfect. I'd rather read through that anyway. Mom, I dropped a link for you in the back chat, dear. Or in the Discord, dear. If you want to join us, I'd appreciate it. I'd love to hear your input as well. So it looks like the plaintiffs in this are Andrea Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valenti, Dog Chapman, Nicholas Nick the Hat, Stephanie Joe Trude, Jessica. No, those two are the defendants, Stephanie and Jessica. Tony Mathis and Seth Rogers are the plaintiffs. Now, Mama Bear dropped me document here. Let's see here. This was from the news conference, and let me see what that says. Okay, good stuff. And Mom, I dropped your link in Discord if you'd like to join us. So this is from One World. This is the company that they put together for this news conference announcing legal action related to the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. A news conference will be held Tuesday, October 22nd at 10 a.m. on the steps of the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas located at 201 West Front Street. The legal action involves a RICO and organized crime civil case filed in Delaware County aimed at addressing the harmful spread of misinformation and exploitation that has obstructed the investigation. The case targets individuals and groups who have propagated, basically spread propaganda, false narratives, undermining the search for Rogers and delaying justice for his family. Now, I don't really know that that's what that has done. In some senses, yeah. But in others, I'm just saying. Also, key points. Hold on. I want to make sure you guys are seeing this. Sorry. Hold on a minute here.
Captain Jenks, it's virtually impossible to get anywhere with trying to sue a platform like YouTube because basically as creators, we are individual contractors and YouTube makes it very clear that they aren't responsible for the content that we put out.
Absolutely. That's all part of the contract that we sign with them when we become, when we are involved within the partner program. Word for word, basically. So, moving forward, there she is. Hello and good, hello and good morning, Mom. How are you? Good afternoon at this point. Can you hear me?
Road.
Hello?
What was the last? Can you hear me?
You're going in and out.
Oh, what the hell?
There you are. There you are.
I'll be back.
But you were okay. Okay. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm a lot better than I was yesterday. I had a headache when I got off work.
I'm sorry.
Laid down, just to get rid of it, and woke up at 11 o'clock this morning.
Well, that means you needed that then. That's how I look at it. Yeah. I'm glad to see you're back. Are you familiar with anything about what we're talking about here today?
I just jumped in. What are we talking about?
The lawsuit that was filed from Dog, Betty, Steph, Tony, and all of them against Granny's Watching and a couple other people. Well, there's going to be quite a few other people that come out in this eventually, but those are the two main that are named so far. Granny's Watching, and who was the other one again?
Barbecue Lady.
Barbecue Lady. Sorry, I always forget her. So
I knew there was talks of a lawsuit. They finally they have filed one at this point.
Yes. And it's basically stating that there is not to be anything whatsoever spoken about, shown, or anything about Sebastian. And if there are 50 other John Does that are going to be coming through this as well, and I'm guessing other creators, and you can almost probably guess who they are that have gone against Betty, Matt, Tony, and all these other people.
So I should do a live on Sebastian? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you can do what you want to, of course. But yeah. And like I said, I don't know exactly whose names are going to be in. I can guarantee there's a couple that will definitely be in there. But welcome, Stitches. Good to see you today. It's not everyone. No. It's not everyone. I understand, SRB. I'm just trying to. It's hard to word this because of the wording in it. Hold on here. All right, so jurisdiction and venue. While the two defendants live in Pennsylvania, these are the two. Giving the court jurisdiction over them, the core of the case concerns the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers in Tennessee. This creates a venue issue. The events related to the missing person investigation are primarily occurring in Tennessee, not Pennsylvania. This discrepancy raises question about whether Pennsylvania is the appropriate venue for the larger claims being made in the lawsuit. Licensing violations and unauthorized investigations. The plaintiffs, including At Night Media, are unlicensed private investigators in Tennessee, while law enforcement, along with licensed private investigators, are legally permitted to conduct missing persons investigations. These plaintiffs are not licensed in Tennessee or any other state. Their investigative activities are therefore illegal. Their claims about conducting a legal investigation are unfounded, and their allegations regarding interference are void because they lack the legal standing to perform an investigation. False claims of law enforcement collaboration. 1 second, everyone, please.
So who filed? Is it Nick and them that filed this?
Yes, the names that are on this as plaintiffs are Dog, Nick, Seth, Tony, Betty. Who else did I say, Arctic? Hold on, Mom. I have a list back here. Let me check real fast. Where'd it go?
Let's see. Allegedly, with Brittany J was one of them.
That's it. Andrew Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valenti, Dog Chapman, and Nick the Hat. Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers. The two defendants in this listed so far are Stephanie Joe Trude and Jessica Sang, which are Granny's Watching and the Barbecue Lady. Thank you, Arctic. Christina. I'm trying to think of who Christina might be.
That I do not know.
I don't either. That name doesn't.
What's the last name?
Christina O'Donnell.
Christina O'Donnell. I don't know. It might be a TikToker.
It could be. So back to this other document over here. False claims of law enforcement collaboration, which has happened. The plaintiffs have consistently tried to present themselves as law enforcement or as working in partnership with federal law enforcement agencies, which has proven false. At Night Media has no affiliation with any law enforcement body, and their claims about conducting a lawful investigation or collaborating with federal agencies are misleading. Impersonation of law enforcement also be considered fraudulent. This fact discredits their claims and opens them up to potential legal consequences for impersonating law enforcement officials. And then we have felon status of plaintiffs. Some plaintiffs are convicted felons, and at least one is currently on parole. This casts
my God, that's rich coming from Nick the Hat, who's a felon, and Dog the Bounty Hunter, who's a fucking felon himself.
I think that's who they're talking about. This is going the other direction at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how this is reading now. This is going against the people that filed the lawsuit. So yeah, I think that's exactly who they're talking about. This casts significant doubt on their credibility and capacity to act as investigators, especially when handling sensitive evidence. Their involvement in an investigation while on parole raises questions of legal propriety, and it undermines their position in the lawsuit. And then the standing of Seth Rogers, while holding joint custody, does not have primary custodial rights. Sebastian's mother is the custodial parent, and she is I think that's it, Mama Bear. Let me see. Let me jump over to this thing again. She is... okay, I see what... Steve posted this. SF Investigates posted this. Wow. In fact, let me go to this here. This will be easier. I'm curious to see what Steve says, because... Oh, there's the rest. Okay, so it's a repost. He says, I tried to edit a grammar error and deleted the post. I've read the complaint seeking injunctive and equitable relief filed by at night Seth, Tony Bullhorn, and other fraudsters. And when I say fraudsters, I include their lawyers. I hope those named aren't worried it's complete nonsense. They won't survive a demur, and the injunction has zero chance of being granted. This is an amateur hour desperate attempt to grab media attention. Poor dog. This is going to be his legacy, a failure whose career is now being compared to Bullhorn Betty. That is pretty pathetic. Attached are my initial reasons why the case will fail. I drafted this quickly, and I'll study it further. Honestly, I wish they had named me. Please name me, you hacks. I love Steve. I love Steve.
I do too. I know Steve's not everyone's cup of tea, but god damn it, he's like me. He tells it like it fucking is.
Yeah,
I
Steve
love
is
Steve.
He is very good. I kind of hope they do too, because I know what he'll do. Anyone that is bothered by them conduction investigations in Tennessee without a license should report dog and the rest of the criminal group to Sumner County Sheriff and file a complaint with the Tennessee Private Investigation Licensing Regulator. Good point, Steve. Good afternoon, Miss Kimber and Mark and Betty and Phil. Welcome to you. Great to have you guys here today. Captain Jenks as well, sir. I didn't say hi to you. Thank you guys for being here. It's very sad and apparent to me that Seth doesn't care about his son, Sebastian. He's bitter at Katie and Michaela. That's what this is all about. The fact that he can't keep a woman. All right, Steve. Let's see here. This was all something put together by Steve. That's what this was. So let me go back to the beginning here. This is the points. And that's where I left off there. Causes of action and why they fail. Interference in investigation. The plaintiffs are not licensed investigators, therefore have no legal investigation. Wait, did I read that already?
Yeah.
Okay, I think oh, no. This is different here. False claims, working law enforcement, defamation, harassment by the YouTubers. Here it is. The defendants are YouTube content creators engaged in protected commentary unless the plaintiffs can prove that the creators made false statements with the intent to cause harm. Their claims of defamation will not hold up in court. The commentary and criticism surrounding Seth Rogers and the plaintiffs are part of a public discourse on a high-profile case and are protected by the First Amendment. Very true. Tampering with evidence. The plaintiffs allege interference with evidence, but any evidence they gather would likely be inadmissible due to their lack of licensure. Since their activities are unlawful, any claim of tampering or interference with an investigation becomes irrelevant. Additionally, excuse me. Additionally, where did it go? I hate when I do that. Let me see. Their legal conduct could lead to their evidence being excluded from any trial, further weakening their position. Conclusion for demurrer. Jurisdiction and venue. While the court may have jurisdiction over the defendants, the venue issue remains as the event essential to the case occurred in Tennessee, not Pennsylvania. Licensing violations. Again, the plaintiffs are unlicensed, making their investigation illegal. Their claims of interference and their request for injunctive relief lack any legal basis. He's making good points, guys. Just saying. So positive takeaways. Wait. Misrepresentation of law enforcement. The plaintiffs attempt to appear as law enforcement, discredit their claims, and expose them to potential fraud charges. Very good point. Excuse me. Seth Rogers, we read that already. The YouTube creator's commentary is protected speech, making the plaintiff's defamation claims unlikely to succeed. Positive takeaways of this horribly amateur pleading. Through interrogatories. What? Interrogatories. Anyway, interrogatories. Demand for production of documents and depositions. It can be determined the exact amount of funds raised through Seth's GoFundMe and Cash App account in his and his sister's name and forensic accounting of all the funds, who the client is that hired at night. All communications between Tony Mathis and other plaintiffs, all communications between Andrew Griffin and other plaintiffs, all financial transactions, including payments received by Andrew Griffin, Seth's employment status, Seth's medication use, Seth's polygraph results, Seth's time cards, Seth's phone records, Seth's communications with CP's ex-wife, Seth's communications with his family, including distant relatives, Seth's history of restraining orders. Most importantly, Seth's dating history and times he got Katie pregnant and at what age. Since he is claiming defamation for being called a pedophile, it's not defamation to be called a pedophile if you are a pedophile, and Seth is a pedophile. Damn, Steve, tell her how you feel. Jesus. So,
I mean, he's not wrong. And he makes some very valid points because Discovery, when they decide to file this suit, a lot is going to come out in Discovery and it's going to come back to bite them in the ass.
I got to agree. I think a judge is going to look at this and go, what the hell is this? This is a joke.
I mean, what do you think, Mom?
I think they should put their energy on finding this missing child instead of arguing and having pissing matches against each other and being jealous of who's making more money off this case or who's getting on News Nation or who's getting their name put back out there. I think they should all be ashamed of themselves. And as far as I'm concerned, none of them have any business anywhere near a missing child's case, much less a high-profile case where they can make money and make a name for themselves. We already see that a couple of these people do what they do to get on documentaries and to be on Paramount. And, so I think they should be completely ashamed of themselves and have nothing to do with a missing child's case. None of these people, as far as I know, other than Steve, are licensed investigators. Apparently, Betty has some kind of law background. Who gives a shit? I have a lot in my background. Hell, I've been a roofer. I can build an engine on a car. I can do all kinds of things, but you don't see me out here on YouTube searching for, mechanics that don't do their jobs right or roofers that are poking holes in people's roofs. I mean, that's what it amounts to me is it's a fucking pissing match. It's disgusting. Pardon my French. It's disgusting.
All this
I think they should be completely ashamed of themselves because when the people that are actually on this platform that are bringing awareness to Sebastian's case, how many times do you think you're going to see them on Paramount? How many times are you going to see them on a Netflix documentary? You're not going to see them. You might see a clip from their channel. You might see a chat from their channel flashed across in their fancy little intro, but you're not going to see that person on one of these documentaries because we have what's called integrity.
Yep.
Sorry, that was long-winded, but
no. You are listen, and that in itself, I'm sorry. All this is vengeance. Once again, they got a restraining order put against Betty. They shut her up. You heard Seth say that they're shutting down freedom of speech, and if you're shutting my voice down, and you're going to hear my voice, that's all this is revenge because of what happened. Now they're going to come back with this, guys. This is a joke. It's a joke.
Well, it's like I said before, and it goes both ways. Freedom of speech only goes so far. You can't shout fire in a crowded movie theater when there's no fire, and you can't sit there and put defamatory claims out on the parents of a missing child with absolutely no evidence to back it up when law enforcement consistently says that they're being cooperative and they're not even persons of interest at this point.
Thank you. And that's been said from the beginning, you guys. The very beginning. It's never changed. So, yeah, agreed. Oh, my God. This is so insane. And once again, guys, take it all the way back. Where's Sebastian? Who's talking about Sebastian? Nobody. Not one person.
Well, let me be the first because Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been missing since February 26, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square-framed glasses. Sebastian has medical conditions, including autism, that may impair his ability to return safely. If you have any information, please get a hold of authorities because that's what counts. not the bickering, not the drama, not the money, not who's screwing
Exactly.
who, but Sebastian.
And contact authorities. Either contact the Hendersonville PD, the FBI, or the TBI at 800 TBI fine. Don't call Seth's tip line. Don't call Nick's tip line. Don't leave your tip in a YouTube comment somewhere. Contact the authorities.
Do not, and I repeat again and again, do not contact any of us. Do not contact those numbers. Period. That is what should be being done from the beginning. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you again, Mom, for dropping that. And there again is Mr. Sebastian Rogers, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, just like Doodle expressed. All of those things Mom has listed in this tag right here. And it's on this poster, guys. This is the updated poster from the FBI. This is what people are supposed to be doing that nobody is doing except for just a few of us. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't contact me because I'm known for screenshotting the comment that you leave and calling the detective and saying, hey, I'm going to email you what I got. So don't contact me either because
Well,
you should going to end up with law enforcement to start with.
Right. If you contact any of us, every one of us is going to tell you to contact law enforcement at these numbers. That's all we're going to do. That's all we're going to do.
Exactly. Which I've only had it happen once. Well, twice now. But
right.
And all I'm going to do is turn around and forward it straight to law enforcement and reply with whatever phone number is appropriate to the case that you are sending a tip to me on, because I'm not law enforcement, never have claimed to be law enforcement, and I ain't got no dog in that fight when it comes to law enforcement. I'm here for advocacy and to engage with empathy and to be a voice for the voiceless, and that's all I've ever claimed to be or do.
That's it. That's all we do is
along
bring awareness.
with everybody on this panel.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. 100%. And that's all we're going to continue to do is bring awareness to these cases. And again, as today, we're bringing awareness to the bullshit and showing you this is what's been happening. Once again, in this case, almost from the second week, I'm going to have to say, when he was lost. And that's when I feel that Sebastian was lost within this case, was about the second week that he went missing. At that point, it's gone to nothing but this shit. So, and yes, Mom, thank you very much. Very well said.
Yeah, it's because the facts of the case and the fact that he's missing doesn't bring clicks and views. That doesn't bring interest to and no, I don't mean no harm to subscribers here. I'm just talking about like those other communities. There's no meat and taters there. So the creator has to do what they do best, and that's cause a bunch of drama, bullshit, speculate, call people out. It's just
well, that's
it's
what's
disgusting.
Sad. That is what's sad, Mom, is a lot of people, not you guys, because you guys are here. That tells it right there. I don't mean
you guys.
But a lot of people left my channel because I refused to go in and talk about all this crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
That says a lot, you guys. That says a lot, okay? The people that are here because you want to hear about and see the face of this missing child and know if there's any news or any updates as to where he is, if he's been found, if they have any new leads. That's what you guys want to know that are in here. That's what you should want to know. You shouldn't want to know who was sleeping with who, what Chris's ex-wife did. You shouldn't want to know all the other stuff, okay?
Exactly.
And creators shouldn't be reaching out to Chris's ex-wives and bringing them on their channel to tell some sob story without any receipts to back any of the claims up.
Nope, not at all.
That part. And then don't switch platforms. I'm just going to caveat from what Arctic said. Don't switch platforms and think that you got a free get out of jail card because you switch platforms, because some of us still know who you are and what you did. And we see you.
Exactly who you are. Thank you. You can say you're sorry all you want. The fact is you did it to begin with. Okay? You did it to begin with. That doesn't go away at all.
And two things can be true at the same time. You can work and you can try to get legislation passed, but you can also be a piece of shit creator that does severe damage to a crime, to a case.
100%. 100%.
If Sebastian ran away, I can understand why.
Oh my God, yes. Absolutely, from both sides of the fence.
Well,
To be
and
honest
I
with
don't think we have near the drama in this case that we do right now if these parents had come together like I've seen family after family do, like we saw in the Gabby Petito case where her parents were divorced, but they came together and they presented a united front in order to do what was right for their missing child. If the Proudfoots and Seth Rogers had done that, I don't think we'd be seeing near the drama that we're seeing right now.
Candace Cooley and
Exactly.
her ex got together when
Yep.
they were looking for their son and worked very well together. Okay,
When I met
just
Gabby's family, I didn't meet one side of Gabby's family. I met Gabby's family on both sides and wrapped my arms around her brother as I stood there and cried with him. And that's what a family should do. And I'm not attacking either side, but like Arctic said, that's where you guys will see me hashtag it. I should probably get Merck to make a shirt that says, "We're stronger together," because we are stronger together. Even if you don't like another party, then it's like my ex husband. I wouldn't piss down his throats if his guts were on fire, to be perfectly honest with you. But when my son was missing, I'd spent 2 hours digging, doing what I do here, to find a man I haven't seen in 20 years, just in case my son tried to get a hold of him and he was with him. Because that's what you do. You put your big girl panties on, you put your bullshit aside, and you work together for the key goal, which is bringing your missing loved one home. And emotions do run high in these cases, and I understand that because I've been on both sides of the fence. Like, you guys know, Michaela Sandridge is a case that I hold very close to my heart. She's still missing. That's cute. Sorry, guys. I showed Halloween costume. But, still to this day, it bothers the hell out of me that I was in contact. And this is not where I reached out. This is where somebody reached out to me and said, "Hey, will you help?" I was in the family hate each other, for lack of better words. And it turned into a total shitstorm of drama. And I'm still getting hateful messages from one side of the family that doesn't agree with the other side of the family, that doesn't want to work with law enforcement. And the reason they don't want to work with law enforcement is because law enforcement won't tell them what they've got. It just sounds a little so familiar. It's like the past repeating itself. You had one person that came out on a platform, showed their whole ass. And if you've ever been on my channel, when I interview a family member, when I'm backstage, before you guys see me come up and say, "Hey, y'all," there's a conversation that happened before that live went.
right. You there, Mom?
Likes, their dislikes. Yeah, I cut out for a second. Their likes, their dislikes, the missing person. I don't want any drama. I don't want any family animosity. I don't want any of that to happen in this live. Said person comes up on my panel, shows her whole ass. You know what that caused me to do? That caused me to back away from the family and only start communicating with law enforcement. And I hate that. I hate that because I enjoy being able to give the family a voice, a place to come and feel safe and talk about their loved one, or share updates, or share photos, or share events in that person's life. But that's what happens to so many of us that don't indulge in the drama and don't want to be a part of the drama and the hateful shit that goes on.
I agree. Now, I will say that there is a point where you do need to call law enforcement out for not providing information to a family, like the case that I'm going to be talking about tonight, where a girl's been missing since 1989, and law enforcement still isn't giving any real information to this family.
Yep.
But like
Oh, I
in
agree.
Seth's case, I think he'd get a lot more information than he's been getting had he not been putting every piece of information that was given to him out on YouTube for public consumption.
And more
Exactly.
things about his child that nobody needed to know, never needed to be put out there.
And I'm with Arctic. I back the blue 100% when they deserve to be backed. And I'm also one that's going to call you the hell out. I'm going to call you out.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to go on my channel and I'm going to show emails where I've emailed you back and forth and got bullshit responses from law enforcement, which I've done in the past. And I'm not going to change that because what the reason that we do what we do is not only advocacy, but when you get a message from a family or a friend of a family that says, hey, we can't get law enforcement to help, my 15-year-old is being deemed a runaway, then we do what we do best. And we step in, and I start making phone calls, and I'm up till 3 o'clock in the morning with a freaking detective in Minnesota, for Christ's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, this is the reason why I typically get about 4 hours of sleep on a typical night, because I get messages all times of the day and night, and at any given point, I'm working with 3 or 4 different families, trying to work with law enforcement and the family as a liaison at points to try to ease the burden on the family, because so often they are left to their own devices to look for this kid or adult because law enforcement hasn't been taking the case seriously.
Or they won't give them just a little bit, just what, as we all know, with the multiple cases that I have covered out of Missouri, Arctic has covered out of Missouri, Miss Barbara's case, Miss Karen's case, Miss Kimberly's case, all of these cases, they just won't talk to them. They just won't give them an answer to something so that they can calm them down and give them a little bit of peace of mind. A little bit. They refuse to do it. Okay, I understand to an extent why, but nothing at all is bullshit. Okay, and in turn, you have families that are going out of their minds, not knowing anything, and all you got to do is sit them down and say, "Hey, this is what we know. This is what we're doing. We understand that you're upset and that you need answers. We want that for you too." But they don't even do that. Okay, and that's where all these problems come from. That's why all these people, all these families out of Fredericktown, again, Miss Barbara, Miss Kimberly Lott, Miss Karen, all these other cases that we've talked about, guys, that I brought the attention to you for. That's why they're so upset. They get no answers, no nothing. That's what we do. And that's why we do it. So back to this again, and sorry to use you as an example, Miss Barbara, but it's a perfect example, and you know that. So I just don't understand it, you guys. I just don't understand how this has gotten to be the way it is. It makes no sense to me at all. Eliza Robertson, sorry. Yes. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of this that happens, you guys. And again, in turn, this is why we do what we do. So that case is the case that's going to be being talked about tonight, guys. The Eliza Robertson. I can never say that name right for some reason. This whole Sebastian case has been so dysfunctional. Last known closed video, photo, location to get out to the public, remind the public, and keep looking is most important. Amen. Absolutely.
The most important thing that you guys can do right now in Sebastian's case, is to post his flyer everywhere you can. You would be surprised. I know that we all know who Sebastian is. We all know he's missing, but you would be surprised the number of people in states that, like Arkansas and Oklahoma, that haven't ever heard of Sebastian, because believe it or not everyone watches YouTube, and not everyone follows these cases. So
True. Very true. That is a very, very, very true statement. Sorry, guys, my son was talking to me. Oh my God. Anyway, so that is what is going on with this scenario, as you guys all know and have known. Just more bullshit, and I'm really curious to see what happens with this. I am, and to see who else gets added to this, because I think there's going to be quite a few more people.
now, on the flip side of the coin, though, there are creators and law tubers that are working to try to fix the bullshit within the community. Now, I did send Dago a link from one of my law tuber friends that I've been collaborating with behind the scenes about what she's trying to do to try to fix this type of situation.
And that is what we were going to next. Thank you for setting that up for me, sir. I appreciate that. This is called Lawyer Mystery Maven is the channel. If we want to put that link out there for you guys, or I'll do it. 1 second here.
She's amazing.
To be fair, brutally, Seth was getting information at the very beginning. It wasn't until he started putting everything that they told him out on every form of social media that they decided that they were not going to give him any more information. I mean, I agree with you. You know, he was not as bad as he is now in the very beginning, but he certainly had a very big mouth.
I mean, guys, I remember sitting in here with most of you the day that he did an interview and started talking about, well, I think it was on Pascal's show. I could be wrong because there were so many of them.
No, you're not wrong.
Dolly. Maybe it's either Pascal or Dolly. Anyway, and was it Pascal? Okay. And he talked about his son being SA'd. None of us needed to know that to be able to find Sebastian. That never needed to be brought out. But it was.
And we didn't need to know that he wore protective undergarments. We didn't need to know any of that. But it was all put out there for public consumption. And so what happens when Sebastian comes home? You know, it's been stated that he had a hard time making friends to begin with. Do you think that's going to make it any easier for him to make friends when he does come home?
Not even remotely. Not even remotely. It's going to make it, if anything, harder. He's going to be made fun of more than he was. Once again, and it's going to make his life 10 times harder than it already needs to be and has been.
And when you go on a live panel and you ridicule law enforcement and you make contact with law enforcement while you're on the live panel, that takes away your credibility in my eyes. And I don't blame law enforcement for not talking to him because I was in that live.
That's all he's done. Yes. Yes. And like I said before Mom jumped in here, Mom was here the night that he came into our channel and we were being very cordial to him, very respectful, offering advice, offering resources, options, letting him know that we supported him in that sense. Whether we agreed with him, I said this clearly out of my mouth. I said, I may not agree with everything you've done, but I do support you, sir. I'm sorry that you're going through what you're going through. I could only imagine if my son was missing how I would feel. You have our support. Word for word what I said. You can ask Mom. She's sitting right here. She was
the
sitting
live's
there.
still up. You can go back and look at the live. I mean, he came in chat. We were very, very cordial to him. Very nice, you know, and he knows who I am. I've talked to the man personally.
And I shut down Mom, right or wrong. Anybody that did get a little weird, I shut them down immediately. I said, you can leave right now. You're not going to do that. He was
offered to come up on this panel. And as soon as something was said about her name, you know, y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, as soon as something was said about troublemaker bitch there, then he was instantly defensive, instantly just done, hung out and chat. Because even if you don't chat after you initially chat, we can at your name and you still come up as being in the chat, lurking in the bushes. Right. So he stayed in here that whole night and never said another word. And that's not how I want a family to feel, and that's not how Dago wanted him to feel. We openly asked him to please come up on panel and talk, and he didn't want no part of it. He didn't want no part of it because I myself made it very clear that I've seen what she's done to cases. I've been there, live action, working with the families in the background.
Yep.
Well, because it seems to me, and it's just my opinion, but the only creators that Seth seems to want to work with are the cesspool of YouTube.
The very worst, yeah. The very worst. Welcome, Laura Strobel. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. There's some things you just can't talk about. I understand that, but in my case, they wouldn't even come out. Please, yes, I know, Barbara. It was your story is just. I still don't understand it, but absolutely, Miss Barbara, absolutely. So yeah, Mom is right, guys, and that was how we were being here. There was no, like I said, I clearly stated to him, and he said in chat, if I remember right, I might be wrong. He said, I understand. I said, I may not completely agree with you, but I do support you, sir. I understand. And then we brought up two people. One was the big mouth, and then the other one was the big-headed idiot, Tony and Betty. He didn't want to hear nothing to do with that, and it shut down immediately, and that was the end of it. So do what you got to do.
And then she blocked me on Twitter. Lil old me. Y'all know me. I'm just a sweetheart. You know, what the hell did I do to deserve to be blocked on Twitter? Not that I give a shit. Block the hell out of me.
Now,
I don't care,
Mom, we both know that neither you or me are going to keep our mouths shut when we got an opinion on something.
I'm glad you both said that because I didn't want to, but yes.
I may or may not have called the bitch out on Twitter, but that's what I do. I mean,
I'm going to go with the first part of the May side, Mom. I'm going to say that because I see you on Twitter. You're a completely different entity on Twitter than you are up here on these panels. I'll tell you that much. I love it. Don't get me wrong, but
it's because Twitter's my voice. Like, you guys get here on YouTube, you guys get Mind the Monsters. Y'all get Mom. Y'all get an advocate. Y'all get somebody who's 100% here. And I'm going to be very respectful and just be my sweet little country self. When you're on Twitter, it still says Mind the Monsters, but that's Christy talking to you. That's me. That's my opinion. And I full-heartedly will tell you how the hell I feel about you. And I don't care who you are.
And yes,
Phil,
Christy will do that.
Phil, you're right. The hygiene products are relevant information to law enforcement, not to the general public. That did not need to be put out that Sebastian wore adult pull-ups or any of that. That is embarrassing to him.
Yeah.
If I were a runaway and my parent put that information out on social media, let me tell you something. I would never, ever come home.
He could have told the police that in private without having to tell any of us that. None of us needed to know, nor wanted to know that about that child. We wanted to know who Sebastian was as a person, what went on in Sebastian's daily routines, what Sebastian talked about, what Sebastian enjoyed. That's all we wanted to know about Sebastian, so we could get into his mindset and possibly help to figure out what he could have been doing that night. Not the fact that he wore pull-ups. Nothing that would humiliate that child, which is all he told us about him. None of that needed to be stated. And the only reason why he said that, I'm going to tell you this, so everybody knows that doesn't possibly understand that. The only reason he told us that was so that he could throw some kind of blame at Sebastian's mother. That is the only reason why he put that out there. No other reason, folks. It wasn't to help Sebastian. It was to blame Katie. Period. End of story. That's all there was to it. Sorry.
Oh no, you're completely right. I mean, it's everything he's done has been to throw shade at Katie as a mother, and everything always goes back to the time in California, how she broke up his perfect nuclear family, and that's why he doesn't even seem to have any recent photos of Sebastian is what gets me, because we know he was getting custody, a few times a month, so you would think, he would have taken Sebastian out to a theme park or to go have some fun somewhere and taking pictures to document it. But yet all the pictures we see coming from Seth are from when he was living in California at 7 and 8 years old.
Yes. And here's the thing real quick, brutally. Yes. Chris did say it, but it was only after Seth brought it out. Seth was the first one to bring that out. Nobody ever spoke about that until he said that, and then Chris had to explain. I'm not standing up for Chris. I'm just saying Chris had to explain because he was questioned ridiculously when that happened. And they had started attacking Katie there again, which is exactly what Seth wanted, folks. And we all know that.
And to be fair, I've got my issues with Chris as well. Like I said, I've got side eyes on all the parents. Well, not necessarily Katie, but I definitely have been side eyeing both Chris and Seth. I don't think any of them have hurt Sebastian, but I've got my own theories on what happened. And, at the end of the day, if nothing else, it was irresponsible for Seth to leave his autistic 15-year-old child alone for 12 to 15 hours at a time, unsupervised, with free reign to the internet, playing games like Call of Duty and Minecraft, where lots of pedos like to hang out.
Very, very, very true. Because in essence, folks, that could very well be the entire answer as to what actually absolutely happened to Sebastian right there. Think about it. The fact that happened and that child was left alone with that at his disposal could be what could have happened to this child. And nobody can say it's not. So, if you want to get critical, technical, and blame somebody, think about it for a minute. Because we actually could possibly do that. Not that I am, and I don't want anybody else to, But if you think about it, and it comes down to the fact, and we come to find out that that's what happened, that there was some psycho that he met up with online that abducted him or lured him, guess what? Where does the blame go then? It goes right back to that situation and that person that allowed for that situation. I'm not doing that, and I don't want to do that. But he's so quick to blame everybody else. Just saying. Just saying. And it could have happened, Laura. You're absolutely right. He could have very well disappeared from Seth's house too. Then what would we do? Imagine if that would have been the case right now. Where do you think we'd be standing right now? It would be, oh, boo-hoo, Seth, just like it always has been. But at the same time, why is everybody attacking me? I didn't do this.
Yes, law enforcement did keep some electronics, and that's why I keep going back to that. There's got to be something on those because they gave some back, but they kept some. And there's got to be evidence on those electronics that they haven't released to the public. I think they know far more about what happened to Sebastian and where he is than what they're telling us right now.
I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely do. Oh, I know. I get it brutally. I do. I get it. I'm disgusted by what all of them said. A lot of lies and excuses were made by all. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. And I'll tell you right out of the gate, I think most everybody here knows that, except for the newer people, that when this first happened, the first couple of days, I did look at Katie kind of funny at first because she was the last person to be with this child. It didn't make any sense to me. And I just until I learned the other things about it. And I looked at her in a way I was just like, okay, what's going on here? And then we got the rest of the info. It unfolded. I saw her. You can look at this woman and tell that she's not, you can't fake what she was doing. Okay. She couldn't even speak to people. She was so upset about this, in my opinion. That says its own thing, tells its own story. So that's all I'm saying about that part of it. Yes.
Phil, I just feel like if it was pertinent enough information about the protective undergarments, that law enforcement would have issued that in one of their statements. It wasn't Seth's place to put the information out for public consumption. That's all I'm saying.
No, and I totally agree with you on that. I do. I absolutely do. That's very true too, Stormy. A lot of people see it that way too. Very strange. Now, here's the other side of that. And I've actually taken Seth's side on this. As much as I can't stand the decisions he's made, there's a grand possibility, folks, knowing what I know about the autism scales. My child's autistic. I'm pretty much going to claim at this point, because I do have adult ADHD, that I am autistic as well. Okay. Because it's considered to be part of the spectrum, folks. That's just how this works. There's a grand possibility that Seth himself is autistic and doesn't know how to present himself to the public. Let's say that. Okay. And in turn, that could be why some of the decisions he's made or the attention he's received has happened the way it has. And again, in a sense, I'm standing up for him, saying that I can kind of understand that if that's the case. Not saying that I truly believe that that's what it is and that I think he's right. I'm saying that I can understand if that's what happened, that would be why, if that's what it is, possibly. But again, there's too many other things that have taken place. The weirdness, I guess everybody's saying, and the statements that have come out of his mouth, the decisions he's made that I cannot sit by and go, okay, I guess that makes sense because of this. No, there's too much of that, is what I'm saying. So,
agreed. I mean, and at the end of the day, right now, anything we say is sheer speculation, which is the problem. Until law enforcement comes out and gives more information, which we're not entitled to because they've got to protect the integrity of the case. If they are building one, then we don't know anything more than what the TBI has put out on their website and then what Hendersonville has said.
That's true. And that's what we have to believe, that, guys, regardless of what we feel. Listen, I have issues with TBI myself. I know other people that do. That aside, they are still a law enforcement agency that is doing their job. From what we know, they're doing the best part of their job that they can. And we can hope that that's what they're doing. That's all we can do. We may not like how they're doing it. We may not like the fact that they're not telling us certain things, but we got to remember, one, like Arctic said, they don't have to. That's not our right to know these things. Two, there is the integrity of this. If they do certain things, if they do have certain information, they put that out, that could endanger Sebastian or the situation. In turn,
in regards to that video, I tend to agree with you. Just as I was all over the detectives in the Delphi case for not releasing more than 1.5 seconds of the footage of the bridge guy, because I think that we ultimately could have come to a conclusion in that case a lot sooner had more of that video been released.
I do agree. That's absolute. Yes. Very, very true. And yes, Cap, I'm right there with that. So yeah. So anyway, that's what I'm saying as far as how I feel about it. You guys know, a lot of you guys, silence can be golden. Very true, Laura. I want to check this out here real quick so that we can move past and get into some other things. But this is Jess, Lawyer Mystery Maven is the channel. I dropped the link in the chat a little bit ago, guys. I've seen a couple of her things in the past. From my understanding, she's very well respected with what she does because she's very good at it. So let's see what she's got to say.
Welcome. My name is Jess, and I am also known as Lawyer Mystery Maven. And I am an attorney of over 23 years, and I am here today to talk to you about a passion project that I've been working on. And if you followed me in the past, you know that I took a hiatus from YouTube for quite some time to deal with some health matters that luckily have resolved for the most part and are manageable. So I'm here today because I'm back, and I want to share with you something that's, for me, very exciting and a passion project, like I said, that I've been working on for quite some time. I'm going to pop myself off of here because I am going to just grab some notes so that I make sure that I tell you guys everything that is on my mind. So let me just grab these notes. So during my time away, I've been really busy, and I'm going to explain that at the end of this in a few minutes. But first, I wanted to just give you some background as to my history, what I've been up to, and why. So like so many, during the pandemic, I found myself trying all kinds of new things. And I have been around the criminal courts for quite some time in my life. In addition to being an attorney, I had 2 family members who worked in the court system. And so because of that, I often found myself at the courthouse. And in my teenage years, I would watch criminal trials. So that kind of made my interest in true crime pretty strong as a young teenager. And so I was fascinated, and I would watch TV shows. This was back in like the 80s and maybe early 90s. I'm dating myself, but I would watch America's Most Wanted and those kinds of shows. That's how I would get my crime news. And then I'm a total nerd, so I would read. I would read everything I could get my hands on, every nonfiction book about crimes, true crime genre. I would read it. I'm still an avid reader to this day, and true crime books are probably one of my top areas of a genre to read. But anyway, during the pandemic lockdowns, I started to get away from reading. Really, I think in an effort to engage with other people and deal with going stir crazy being stuck inside. And I found myself on Reddit discussing all kinds of cases and mysteries and reading other people's opinions and speculations about things and discussing cases. And one day, someone in there said, "You got to go and check out this creator and this case. You got to go to YouTube." And so I did. And I really had no idea what was in store for me. I had no clue what I was walking into. And at first, I found larger, fact based, for the most part, channels. And I would watch those. And I usually liked the coverage there. I thought in most cases on those channels, it was done well, it was fact driven, and there was a lot of respectful commentary. But back then, I only watched maybe 3 channels. So eventually the algorithm, as it always does, started to get to know me. and it started suggesting other true crime channels, and naturally I started watching them. And I watched everything for months. I remember, certain creators and certain things, and I'm like, "What is this? Like, what am I even watching?" And I would nevertheless watch it. So I really did watch a lot of stuff for months. And I even participated in chats eventually once I figured out how that worked, because that was a learning curve for me too. I wasn't sure when I first started watching how people were interacting like that and how super chats work. That was all a whole new thing for me. But I figured it out. And I would go in chats and I would talk to other people, and I liked the sense of community that was there. And I hadn't mentioned my occupation to anybody, but one day there was a creator who was uncertain about something. So I mentioned in the chat, I clarified for them, and I mentioned I was an attorney. So after that, I was asked to come on panels, and I did. And then eventually, after some encouragement, I decided to create my own channel as well. And that's how I end up having this name, because I started out as Mystery Maven. Then eventually I was Mystery Maven ESQ. And then I changed it to Lawyer Mystery Maven because some people didn't know that ESQ meant attorney. So I just figured it was easier to say Lawyer Mystery Maven. So that's really how I have this channel name. But putting that aside, over the months, I had started observing how awful some, and by no means all, but some of true crime can be. And I saw it not only from a liability aspect, which that's just how I think. It's like an occupational hazard of being an attorney, that you're thinking that way when you see things and observe things. You're like, oh my gosh, like that's the basis of this, or that lawsuit, or that's defamation, and those things get tossed around all the time. But for me, like in my mind, I will observe and have that. But also, and really more importantly for this conversation, just in an everyday, practical human way, I would look at this stuff. And so often, what I was watching and listening to would be disturbing in the way that the focus would somehow turn from a fact-based discussion about the case to the victims or the family and the loved ones of those victims, or of people who went missing and that sort of thing. And it would become this attack on those people, even though there was really no hardcore evidence to provide a basis for very often outrageous speculation about the person committing a crime. There was no arrest, there was nothing. And so it would often get really like wildly illogical. And sometimes it just seemed to me it was just all made up lies. And very often I would hear people say, "Oh, I have sources of this." And to me, it was baloney. I was like, there is no way, like, some of the stuff that people say out there is accurate. And so it really just seemed to me, in my opinion, to be false or just plain erroneous information. And it just didn't sit well with me, because I've worked with victims for so long, and seeing this really did surprise me, because I kind of felt when I went into true crime that other people were interested in justice and interested in, um, the outcome to assist victims, right? And it very often seemed to denigrate into something completely different, and it just felt very abusive. So then after I started my channel and started to really see all of this, I had the opportunity to interview Julie Murray. And Julie Murray is the sister of still missing Maura Murray. And she created this Engage with Empathy campaign, which can be found at her website, which I will put in the description below. Everybody should go read about her sister Maura, and also read about this campaign. But the interview with Julie really changed me. It changed the direction of everything for me, because listening to her and hearing what she and her family have gone through over years, and just even talking to her offline about some of it, it was startling to me. I had a really sick feeling, and I understood that even with my own expertise as an attorney and experience as an attorney and working with victims over the years, I really had no idea what these people, what the Murray family and what others have gone through and have lived with through the years being impacted by social media. It made me also think about my own culpability, in that I used to go into chats very often and I would engage sometimes in speculation that to me was harmless, but I then later realized that there is harm at times in certain types of speculation, in ways that if you're not really paying attention, you don't realize like how that could be damaging to something, to a case, to a person, all of that. So over the years of being involved with YouTube, I've often been contacted by people, whether they've been victimized in some way, sadly by creators, but also to victims who've had missing people, children, that type of thing, who have been influenced negatively in some way by social media coverage, primarily on YouTube. And I've watched what I consider to be exploitation and abuse of victims go on, and it's in case after case after case. It just seems to never stop. And it also seems to know no bounds. So, of course, all of this would make me angry. And I would watch YouTube and like sometimes I would get off of it and be cursing to myself and I'd be so pissed off. And I just say, I can't believe this. Like, I can't believe what I just saw. I can't believe that people are encouraging that. I can't believe that no one is, saying enough with this, and it just happened so often that I just felt a disgust. And I felt really disappointed at times about all of it. From the creators to people in chats. And I don't mean anybody specifically. I just mean like the sentiment, how people just go on these rampant attacks with no facts to support it. It's all speculation. It definitely turns into outright. I have seen so much that is actionable, in my opinion, defamation, where people are saying this person killed somebody or this person did this. And it's like stated as a fact based on nothing. It's crazy to me that it's gotten to be that way. And so again, it's not all of true crime by any means, but there's a significant portion that is like that. And so, all of this made me start looking at these issues in a different way. And I started to study them and see what's been transpiring over the years from a multidisciplinary way. So from essentially a sociological, psychological, and a practical sense, but also from a legal perspective, of course. I also this past summer attended the National Crime Victims Lawyers Conference in Portland, and I was able to get a lot of these issues in front of other foremost victims' rights attorneys, and most of them were unaware of this kind of abuse that goes on, but they took a significant interest in these issues. And so this has really become a passion project for me, and I pursued and actually received recently a journalism certification as well, because I felt that in order for me to address these issues and to make a difference and work with families, I wanted to have a better understanding of investigative journalism in particular, generally, as well as the ethics that go into journalism in creating stories and investigating stories and vetting information and all of that. I personally think it's really important to understand that fully in order to understand the role of reporting and social media coverage in cases, particularly with the rise of the citizen journalist, which I think is a good thing. I think that that's an excellent way to get news on a boots on the ground sort of view. And I think generally that can be a good thing. But it feels to me that true crime has overall, in recent years anyway, increasingly lost its way, and to the point that victims are secondary. And it's not the first time that I've seen this kind of thing happen, because somehow in the courtroom, through the criminal process, very often the victim gets lost. And that's for a number of reasons that I'm not going to get into. But, while we have crime victims' rights statutes in this country, the reality is that victims often get the short end of the stick. And so to that end, and because of all of this, I've been working on developing a nonprofit that's designed to help not only crime victims facing social media abuse and exploitation who might need help, but also with advocacy and awareness of this, and also to research this issue and to figure out solutions, whatever those might be. And I also think that there's creators out there who may need guidance here and there too. So I want to be a resource to any creators who maybe want to understand more of their role and responsibility, and maybe help in terms of them respecting victims and respecting the stories more that they're telling to prevent some of these harms and abuses. So soon this nonprofit is going to be formally created. It's actually in the works now. And the name of it is FACES, FACES, an acronym. And that stands for the Foundation Against Crime Victim Exploitation in Social Media. And again, everything will soon launch. So in the meantime, I wanted to share this with you all. Once I got everything formally filed and, we've been doing a lot of other things, I wanted to share it because I know that there's a lot of other people who share these sentiments that I have or similar sentiments, but I also wanted to put it out to the community in case there's anyone who may want to share their skills. So I'm putting it out to this community. And I've created a GoFundMe, which I will put in the description below. And of course, there's no obligation whatsoever, but I'm just going to put it out there. And that is designed to help cover startup costs for this. And that is things like the filing expenses, office supplies, website fees, all that goes into establishing a nonprofit. But again, if you'd like to volunteer, I wanted to put that out as well. So the nonprofit is going to operate to assist victims on a pro bono basis, right? Like on a voluntary basis. So there's going to be no cost to the victims who might need our help. So it's going to largely rely on volunteer work. So if you think you might have a skill set that would be useful in some way, please feel free to get in touch with me, and we can examine that and figure out how you might be able to help all of this. As it grows, I'm sure we'll be needing more volunteers as well. So I'm going to put the website for Faces in the description box below, and on the website, you can get more information about everything, but there's also a contact me box. So you can go ahead and fill that out if you'd like, and then I will get in touch with you that way. So that is it. And I just, like I said, wanted to share all of that with you. And I will be back here on my channel periodically to tell you what's going on with everything and to give you updates. But in the meantime, I'd love to hear your thoughts, your comments. You can go ahead and put those down below in the comment section. And I hope everybody is doing well, and I'm sure I'll see you around soon. I also wanted to thank the people who have taken the time to send me such nice, encouraging, supporting notes over the last year or so. All of that really meant a lot to me. I wasn't here making content, but I did read everything that everyone sent to me, and it really did, in some dark days, brighten my day. And I just wanted to thank you all for that. So on that note, I hope you have a good rest of the weekend, and I will see you soon. Take care.
That is awesome. I'm kind of excited to know that she's doing that at this point, because in a sense, it's something that can help us as well. It's truly and honestly, she is an awesome person, and she's got her heart in the right place to do what she's doing. You can't go wrong with it. So there is the link.
Yeah, she's absolutely incredible. I don't know if you wanted the GoFundMe dropped or not.
Yeah, go ahead. Please do.
I know that Mine of Monsters has the link to that ready to drop. So
any way that we can help, I want to be able to help with this, because guys, she's offering to help us as creators as well. And when we're not sure of something or how to deal with something, she's going to be there as a resource for us to be able to do what we're doing the right way. The right way. That's important right there.
And
we don't have that.
She's not alone in this. She's working with a lot of creators behind the scenes, and she's also working with the families of victims behind the scenes to get this going. So it's something that she's been thinking about that I know of for at least the last, I would say, 10 months. That she's been trying to focus and see what she can do to try to stop the abuse that takes place on the platform. And this is a great starting place. Eventually, the ultimate goal is to work on legislation to protect these families from the abuse.
That's amazing to me. And we will be supporting this 1,001%, folks. Can you put that link, Mom, in the back chat as well for me? Both of them real quick. Please and thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be looking into that a little bit deeper, by the way, Mark and Betty, the Brian Schaefer case. I think that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, thank you for the heads up on that. One moment, guys. I just want to check something here. Here we go. Thank you, Mom. Very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
And this just gives for those of you that haven't clicked on it yet or looked at it yet, this is the foundation. It explains about us, the mission. As she explained to you, I don't need to go into all that. And it explains the advocacy for what they're doing for victims. And she goes deeply into it and explains it all there. So I will be making sure that I am getting every bit of what I can out of her in this foundation, because I am super, like I said, excited for this. You have no idea. Thanks for bringing this out here, Arctic. It's important to me. Guys, go check this out.
no problem. It's important to all of us that
Yeah.
have standards in covering these cases. Exotic, yeah, I'm very familiar with the Molly and Coke case. I've actually covered that a couple of times over on my channel.
Yeah, yeah, he did. I just covered that was it last week or the week before? I just covered it, and I got most of my info from Arctic. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm already following her. I thought I was on Twitter anyway, so that's awesome, Mom. Thank you. Yeah, definitely that case. Couple of us have covered that. I just found out about it a couple weeks back. I think it was Taylor's show is where I found it out when I joined Taylor. Arctic and I were there with I can't think of the other lady's name. I'm sorry. And that got brought up, and that's how I found out about it. So I covered it last week or week before. So yes, absolutely. This is exciting to me. This really is. I really appreciate what she's doing. Like I said, it's another tool and another resource for us as creators that are doing the right thing, in my opinion, or trying to do the right thing to be able to even do that even better. That's awesome. And again, I'm grateful that Arctic brought that in here. Yeah, 100%. I've seen what family goes through when there's a missing child. My best friend is Molly Miller. Oh, okay. Awesome. I would love to have a conversation with her brutally if she was ever interested. Absolutely. I would definitely bring her in and give her a platform if she wanted to speak, and I would just love to talk to her truly. So keep that in mind as well, Exotic. Please, please, please. I think all these people, just as much as I gave Barbara a platform and Kimberly and Karen, I think they all need a platform to express their feelings and to tell their stories on without being shut down and told they're lying or that they're stupid or any of that kind of stuff. They deserve that platform. They go through so much that people just don't seem to care about it. Not everybody, but some people just don't seem to care what they go through or realize what they all go through with their situations. So once again, guys, real deal stuff, real life stuff, and it all is very important. It really, truly is. No worries. Yeah, exactly. Dylan Round's mother and father and all that. It was horrible. They went through hell. Candace went through hell, and she stood strong. Another very strong mother, very strong individual. Candace Cooley. She stood strong through the whole situation. She knew who and what happened to her son. And they kept telling her that, well, we don't know. Well, we don't this and well, this, that, and everything else. She ended up being right.
Well, that was one of those cases where a nefarious private investigator got involved, and she had hired the family had hired to look into the case, and the guy just went off the deep end and started spouting every possible theory that he could come up with, and it turned into a shit show on YouTube. And one of the biggest problems in that case was no thanks. So.
And not to mention Jim Terry. Don't forget him. Yeah.
Yeah, but Doug gave him the platform, so
I agree. You're right. You are correct. And again, that's a whole other story. We all know who Doug is. Very sadly. But yeah, I agree completely with that one, dude. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Art Exotic. I appreciate that very much. I really do. Barbara says, yes, you gave us all a platform to tell a story, not just pieces they put on the. That's why I do that. That's exactly why I do that. That's why I think Arctic does what he does and Mom does what she does, because they only pick and choose the pieces that they want you to explain. And that's not what it's about. You deserve to tell your story the way you choose to tell it, not the way they tell you to do it. So sorry. I'll never understand that, and I'll never support that. That's why I do what I do. It did get a little blurry, Cap. I think Mom's is a little bit fuzzy. Mine keeps going in and out. It's hard to focus sometimes.
Probably my wonderful internet. Unless this laptop's about had it, I'm going to have to switch over to the Apple. I just don't want to do it because all my stuff's on this one. I don't want to switch it.
Thank you, T. A lot of people have said that too. That is something good that he did. He did introduce a lot of people to me. So I'm appreciative of him for that. It's about it right now, truly. So onward and upward. Where we at? Where we at? We're getting through. We did spend a lot of time on specific subjects, guys, but again, it's stuff that needs to be heard, stuff that needs to be known. Give me a second. I'm trying to double check some things. Oh, here we are. All right. I wanted to give you guys a little update on the loon. Where are we at here? Actually, you know what? Let me give you guys a briefing on my case first, because that's going on too. And there are no cameras, there's no options for us to cover that case. Gotta thank crazy old Judge Gall for that one. Welcome, Miss Noni. Good to see you. So let's cover that first. Let's give you the real quick briefing on what's going on in Delphi and go from there. By the way, thank you again, Arctic and Mom, for joining me. And Miss Doodle, it's always a pleasure. Are you still here, Doodle?
Well, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Just make it so. You guys are so quiet. It's like drop a pin.
No, I'm out of here. No, I'm playing.
I get it. Hey, Dad. Anyway, here we go.
More than 7 years ago, Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered in the town of Delphi. 2 years ago, Richard Allen was arrested and charged with murdering the girls. Now his trial is underway in the Carroll County Courthouse, which is less than 2 miles from where those two girls were last seen alive. Thanks for joining us tonight on WTHR Plus for your Delphi Debrief. I'm Scott Swan. Richard Allen's trial began today with opening statements from both sides and some very emotional testimony. Our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, joins me in studio to break down the developments. We'll get to her in a moment, but let's begin tonight with our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, and Emily Longnecker, who have covered this case since it happened back in 2017. So you were both in court today. What was that like?
Well, Scott, we wish that we could actually have you and our viewers be able to see what things were like for yourselves by having cameras in the courtroom.
Thank you, Brutally. I do appreciate you very much. And that goes for all of you that have come over here and stated things like this. It does mean a lot to me. That's the point that I'm trying to get out there, that, you know, I'm not that person, but I'm grateful that you guys do see and notice that. And it means something to you. So thank you very much.
The reality is Judge Frances Gall ruled that cameras are not going to be allowed in the courtroom. She told us that reporters are allowed in, 12 media representatives are allowed in the courtroom. She said, you are more than welcome to take all the notes you want with pen and paper. So I've got 20 pages of notes here today. I know, Emily, you've got a whole bunch of notes today.
Yes.
And so I'm glad that we're doing these nightly events here, because our job really is to try and bring you inside the courtroom with us, since we are lucky enough to be in there to bring the feel of what's going on in the courtroom.
And it's limited who can be in there. Bob was in there this morning for several hours. I wasn't able to get in until later this afternoon on a break, because there are a limited number of media passes. So we're juggling that reality too, and relying sometimes on reports from pool reporters who are coming out. And Bob and I were talking a little bit, Scott, about the challenge of reporting sometimes on things that you weren't there to hear firsthand.
Right.
That can be a challenge, right? Because
be.
you speak with more authority, I think, when you are the one listening to that testimony.
Absolutely. So let us set the scene for you. We're going to take you inside the courtroom to understand really day one of this trial. From my perspective, seemed like it was really to get the jury settled in to understanding their responsibility, the ground rules, and the law. And so very first thing that happened when the jury came into the courtroom, Judge Frances Gall explained to them the jury instructions. And she spent quite a bit of the 15 minutes of jury instructions talking to the jurors about the fact that if they are going to find Richard Allen guilty, they must do so beyond a reasonable doubt. And she explained what that means. And she told them that the burden of proof is solely on the state of Indiana, on the prosecutor. And she also said that if the state fails to prove each element of the murder charges beyond a reasonable doubt, She told the jurors, you must find the defendant not guilty. From that point, the jury got to hear opening statements. And let's walk you through those a little bit. Here's some of the highlights. The Carroll County prosecutor, he warned the jury that they were going to see some gruesome crime scene photos. That didn't happen today, but that will take place here over the next week or so. He also told the jurors that they are going to hear from witnesses who will place Richard Allen at the crime scene, and that they're going to hear confessions from Richard Allen. And he said that the details from those confessions are details that only the killer would know. And he also told the jury that the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit was Richard Allen's face. Very poignant comments from the prosecutor directly to the jury. Then things switched over to the defense. They got a chance to give their opening statements, and that lasted a full hour, which is what the judge allotted. So the defense team spent their hour giving their statements, telling jurors that the state's investigation was in their words messed up from the very beginning. Richard Allen, they said, is truly innocent. And they also told the jurors there is reasonable doubt. And when they hear that, it's going to make the state's case fall apart before your very eyes. The jurors then got to hear actual testimony, starting with the victims' families. Libby German's sister and father explained how the day of the murders started like a normal day, making banana pancakes for Abby and Libby before dropping them off near the Monon High Bridge. They described what they were wearing and how they didn't show up at the time they were supposed to be picked up at the arranged time. The jury heard about the frantic all-night search in the dark and repeated calls to Libby, calls that went unanswered. And in the most emotional testimony of the day, Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, told the jury about the moment she learned her granddaughter had been found in the woods. She broke down in tears and she said, I couldn't understand why they weren't taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van drive by, and that's when I realized they weren't alive. The jury's also learning about the terrain around the crime scene. The state showed jurors huge posters that have aerial pictures of the Monon High Bridge and the surrounding area where the girls' bodies were found. They also got to see a video showing the jury what the walk looks like from the spot where Abby and Libby were dropped off all the way to the Monon High Bridge and across the bridge. That's an effort to try to put jurors at the scene of the crime rather than taking them out to that rough terrain to see it in person. So today was really, again, it was about allowing the jurors to hear from the families, to try and personalize the girls and to let the jurors try to get to know the girls. There were a lot of questions to the family members, tell us and explain about who the girls were. And there was emotion. I know one part that ripped my heart out during the testimony was hearing Becky Patty describe the very final conversation that she had with her granddaughter when Libby told her grandmother that she wanted to go out to the Monon High Bridge. She said, okay, but I want you and Abby, who was having a sleepover there that night. She said, I want you guys to have a jacket or a sweatshirt. And she told the jury, the last thing she said to me was, Grandma, I'll be okay. And obviously we know things did not turn out okay. You got to hear some testimony, some emotional testimony from Abby's mom in the courtroom.
Anna Williams, and this was her only child, Bob. Abby was her only child, and she testified today that she didn't even know that Abby was going to the Monon High Bridge that day. She had seen Abby the day before when she dropped her off at Libby's house to spend the night. She, she paused and teared up when she was asked to describe her daughter, her only child. She said she was a kind and helpful girl, that she was shy, that she wouldn't necessarily approach strangers, that she loved to read, that she was planning to play softball in the spring with Libby. So she talked about all of these things. And she talked about the fact that she was at work that Monday. She worked during the day, but then she had a second job at night where she worked in a local bar at the time. And she missed, she said, back-to-back calls from Becky Patty, like 3 in a row. And then she checked her phone. And then she finally took this call. And it was Becky Patty telling her, look, the girls had gone for this walk out on the bridge, and they were supposed to meet at an arranged time, and they were not there for the pickup. And that they were concerned, that they were worried. And so to put my glasses on for this, Anna said that she told her boss, I don't know what these girls are up to, but it's probably not that big of a deal, thinking obviously that she would be back. And the defense asked her to describe her daughter's voice. I thought that was an interesting question. And she said it depended, her voice tone depended on who she was speaking to, but generally she said that Abby had a high-pitched voice. Her testimony, not as long as Becky Patty's, close to 30 minutes. The majority of her testimony came from questions that the state was asking her. And when it was the defense's turn, they only had a few questions and then they were done.
And Emily, we want to point out to our viewers also, there were a lot of questions specifically by the defense team asking the family members of Libby and Abby about the girls' voices and about Libby in particular, her sister and her grandmother and her dad. There were questions about just how much Libby would stick up for other people, how she didn't mind calling someone out. Her grandmother said she was very polite and respectful, but if someone was out of line, she wasn't afraid to call them out. And the defense really kind of hit on that multiple times about saying, did she have a loud voice? Did she, was she afraid to speak up? I think getting to the point and to try to get the jury to understand that perhaps put some doubt in their minds that if these girls were being attacked by someone who had a gun, they say that there was a gun, a person with a gun, they say that that person was Richard Allen ordering them to go down a hill, that trying, I think, to insinuate that Libby would have spoken up and she would have fought back or she would have done something of that sort.
I think an interesting comment that Becky Patty made also was that she said that Libby had a strong intuition. And I remember that that is something that in the early days after the girls' bodies were found, Libby's grandfather, Mike Patty, saying when we learned that Libby had taken that video on her cell phone, that cell phone video, that she would have known to do that. If she had had an instinct or an intuition that something wasn't right, that she likely would have known to roll video on that man that she was seeing on the bridge. So when I heard that comment today that Becky Patty made, that she had a strong intuition, it took me back to those times when I talked to Mike Patty about his granddaughter and about the fact that she had taken that stunning video when that came out. That, back in the day, that was, it kind of took everyone aback that, wow, that these young girls or this young girl had the presence of mind to take this video of potentially her killer.
By putting the family members on the stand today, I think it's important to point out that jurors are from 2 hours away. They're from Allen County.
Right.
They have not lived here for the last 7.5 years since Abby and Libby went missing, since their bodies were found. The intense pain felt in this community is something that I think that the prosecutor wanted to introduce today to the jurors to help them understand some of that pain that the family was feeling, to try again to humanize these two young girls, these teenagers who were murdered, to help them give insight into who they were and to bring them somewhat into this community on the first day of this trial to understand what those days, especially right around their disappearance and their murders, were like here.
And if you talk to members of this community, as we have over these past several years, they'll tell you that these murders changed this community, that this went from a town, this is a small, quaint bedroom community where people often used to sleep with their doors unlocked. And that's how they felt about things. And they didn't mind letting their children go to walk in the woods on the Monon High Bridge. But if you talk to young people here today that are around the ages that Libby and Abby would be, they will tell you that things changed for them as teenagers after the girls were murdered, that their parents suddenly were not willing to just let them go and have kind of a freedom. They wanted to know, where they were and to check in all the time. And they just, life really, really changed for them as young people, certainly. I've heard that over and over. And then the community as a whole, there was just a sense of safety, I think, that you heard people talk about over and over again, that was just then gone.
Right. And Emily, it's important to point out, and I want to remind our viewers, literally from the night that these two young girls went missing, you were here that night when the search was going on. This has been going on. I mean, the pain that the community's been feeling going on a long time.
A long time. And then that next day, and going to the school before it had come out to, that their bodies had been found, just going and talking to the school administrator and some of the teachers and how worried they were. And then, of course, the terrible news coming out and the church service that night. And it was, I distinctly remember it was painful. You could see the pain on people's faces and the fear, quite frankly, because again, it just rocked people's worlds here that I remember.
We started at 9 o'clock this morning. We started a little bit late. The judge came into the courtroom. She apologized for things running a little bit behind. We got started, I think it was 11 minutes after 9 o'clock. The judge started on not a very happy note. She pointed out that she had barred, I believe it is 4 separate journalists from attending this trial for the entirety, the rest of the trial, because there were several journalists who did not carefully read her decorum order, which bars the media from not only getting video of the jurors, we want to protect their identity, but not even getting video of their vans when they pull up, coming in and out of the courthouse. And some of the sheriff's deputies noticed this morning that there were 4 still and television cameras that were recording them as they pulled up to the courthouse. The judge isn't going to put up with that at all. No. So she actually seized the camera equipment, the batteries, the SIM cards, and announced first thing this morning that those journalists will not be allowed back into this trial. So she's trying to set a very clear tone. She wants the she wants to make sure that things are done right here, and that the jurors, their privacy and their safety is first and foremost.
Right. You know, as she was excusing them for the day, she told them to go have a safe and peaceful night, that they were collecting their notebooks, that they were not to talk about, you know, after they left the court, to talk even amongst each other about, you know, the testimony today, and that they would get their notebooks back when they returned in the morning.
And if I'm correct, things broke right around 5 o'clock.
Right around 5 o'clock.
Correct.
Yes.
Which is probably a little earlier than what we're going to be seeing on some days. The judge did say that she's going to kind of gauge how the jury is doing each day.
Right.
We know there's going to be some really difficult evidence and testimony coming up, especially when the jury needs to see the crime scene photographs. She said on those days we might break a little bit early, but we expect, we might be going between 6 and 7 every day. Today we broke a little early, probably again easing the jury into things a little bit.
And as she broke, then it gave the media that was in there, that was part of the media pool, a chance to go and look at some of the exhibits. You know, as you know, we've wanted to see some of these exhibits that had already been entered into public record, so we got a chance to do that and see the exhibits. And one was the state exhibit, was a picture of Abby and Libby in the car on their way to the bridge. It was a selfie taken. It looked by Libby, who was in the front seat. She was wearing a tie-dye shirt. And in the back seat, there was Abby with her, you know, hair in a messy bun. And they were, you know, getting ready for a day out in the woods. It was a day off school. They had the day off school. It was unseasonably warm that day in February. It was a beautiful day. So to see that picture, and then you saw another picture that the defense had entered in as an exhibit, and was a picture that Libby took of Abby on that Mornin High Bridge. There walking.
And again, we had huge
maps,
huge posters, and to set the scene, an aerial of the Mornin High Bridge, and the witnesses, particularly Libby's family, was asked to come up and show the jury on the map where they went out to search.
I agree, Mark and Beth.
Dropped off. There was that video, again, allowing the jury to see the actual trail and the bridge, wanting to, again, try to put these jurors at the scene, and there's going to be probably a lot more of that coming in the days ahead.
Yeah, and the last witness they had was a sheriff for Carroll County, sheriff's deputy, for Carroll County, Cantron, Deputy Mitchell Cantron. He was the last witness of the day, and he talked about, he was the one that got the call from dispatch around 5:15 that day, and was connected to Mike Patty on the phone. And Mike Patty was telling him, look, 2 girls are missing. They went out in the woods. They were supposed to meet family at a specific time. They didn't. It's getting dark. We're concerned. And Deputy Cantron testified and got up and showed on the map, okay, here's where I drove out. Here's where I searched, kind of in an area, he said, like 5 to 7 minutes under the Mornin High Bridge. He didn't see anything. He got out of his car. He looked around a little bit. It was not a long time. He said 5 to 7 minutes. And then he drove down a private drive that led to a man's property, Mr. Weber, and that he knocked on the door and told this man, hey, look, these 2 girls are missing. Can I search your property? And this is private property. And the man said, sure, go ahead. And he searched the property. But the defense kept asking, did you search the outbuildings? There were 2 other buildings on this man's property. Did you search those? And he said no. But basically he said he didn't. What he said was, quote, nothing stuck out. And then he said in the days following, he was in charge of following up on some of the tips that came in. And he told the jury he got no tips about Richard Allen.
Scott, we want to let you and our jurors know also just the demeanor of Richard Allen in court today. We were sitting maybe 10 feet just behind Richard Allen. We were right in the first row of the courtroom, right behind the defense and Richard Allen. He was wearing the same outfit he wore on the first day of jury selection on Monday. It was a light purple shirt, khaki pants, nice belt, and shoes, not the prison jumpsuit that we've seen him wearing for most of the last 2 years since he was arrested. Of course, in a trial like this, the defendant is allowed to, come in looking like they would normally look, not coming in shackles. So he started out right before the judge. And right before the jury came into the courtroom, we saw him put his head down and he prayed for a moment. We saw him at one point get teary-eyed when they were talking about his family and his marriage and how it's been impacted. So again, we're going to be over the next few days, we are going to be in that first row again. 13 News was given media credentials to be there for today, for tomorrow, for Monday. And our intention is to be in the courtroom, Scott, throughout this entire trial, to be able to bring firsthand accounts of what happens here in Delphi.
That is incredible insight, and we are so fortunate that both Bob and Emily at certain points of today's first day of testimony were inside that courtroom. Thanks so much for giving us that input, and these are 2 reporters that know this case so well because they have covered it for 7 years. Thanks to you both there in Carroll County. Well, we want to bring in Katie Jackson-Lindsay, who's our legal expert. Want to thank you for coming in tonight. Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about what we've just heard Bob and Emily talk about as they summarize day one. What was the most important thing that you heard the jury hear today from the 2 sides?
Well, I think the most important thing that they heard today that they are probably wrapping their minds around is what they heard in opening statements. Each of the individual witnesses and the testimony they provided is certainly important, but those are little pieces of the bigger picture. So the most important thing would be the overview from each side, both the state and the defense, in terms of what they expect the jury to see and to keep an eye out for.
What do we know about, based on the opening statements for both the prosecution and the defense, in terms of their strategies moving forward, in terms of shaping this case that they want the jury to hear?
Well, as far as the prosecution, I think that we can be pretty certain at this point that their strategy is pretty basic, and it should be, right? Because their strategy should simply be to reveal the truth, and their truth should be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so their strategy, it seems, is to just simply present their case, put on their evidence, and meet their burden. As far as the defense, I think that we got a very clear picture of their strategy today. And their strategy from the start is to challenge that evidence. They gave us a very good idea of some of the high-level details of the big pieces of evidence that are going to be critical to their defense and critical to really imparting on this jury that the state can't meet their burden. And so just clearly from the outset, their strategy is to show this jury that the state cannot meet that burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right. Obviously, you try cases and you shape cases. Explain to our audience why the state would go ahead and put on family members right out of the gate to begin talking about these two young girls. Why not go right into evidence? Why put the family members on the witness stand to talk first?
Well, there are both technical legal reasons for that as well as strategic reasons. So in terms of the technical legal reasons, they have to prove that Richard Allen knowingly killed these girls. And along with that element of knowingly killed is having to prove that they were once alive. And so in every case, there's a next of kin witness who talks about that person in life just to establish that they were once alive. And that seems like a very simple and obvious thing, but it's something that the law requires. So you often in murder trials hear from a next of kin witness first. The other strategic benefit to that is that you are introducing your victim to the jury from the outset. This jury is going to hear the most gruesome things about the last day of these girls' lives. And so it's important that the jury gets to hear who they were before that day and to have some sort of emotional attachment to them as actual humans. And so there's that strategic part and that legal part, but also in this case, these family members are also fact witnesses, which is not often the case. Usually family members weren't there. They're not eyewitnesses. They may not have anything to offer in a typical murder case. But in this case in particular, they are a part of the story. They are the last people to see these girls, to talk with them, and to really understand what the girls' plans were versus what happened. And they also participated in the search. So they are also critical fact witnesses that introduce the story because they were there that day.
And as Bob and Emily summarized in their storytelling tonight, this jury is from Allen County, the Fort Wayne area, so they don't really know Carroll County and Delphi, and so maybe that's part of it as well.
Sure, absolutely. And again, as Bob highlighted, this jury is not as attached to this community, right? When you are speaking to a jury who is from the community where the crime occurred, they just have a different attachment and connection to the community and to their neighbors. These girls are not neighbors of these jurors. And so again, it's really important that they humanize it and that these witnesses also set the scene for what that bridge was like. We heard from Bob and Emily that they provided testimony in terms of the scene itself, the terrain. We also know that there was some testimony that came out about how difficult it would have been to run on this bridge, across this bridge. So to a certain extent, these family member witnesses are experts in their community and they can really give the jury a sense of what that's like and really allow them to put themselves in that scene.
So let's talk about the opening statement. So the defense, they lasted about 3 times as long as the prosecution. So what do we learn from that?
Well, I think that's interesting in terms of strategy. As a defense attorney, I go into a trial knowing I don't have the burden of proof. And so at that opening, opening statement, I don't have to convince the jury of anything. And so you typically see a scenario where defense's opening statements are a more broad overview and reminding the jury to keep an open mind. Well, we saw the opposite of that today. The state gave a broad overview. The state gave a very brief summary of what they expect their evidence to show. And it was the defense that went into more detail. So I think what that signals to us is the defense's confidence that the state really has some problems with their evidence and there are going to be some serious challenges to this evidence, and they were comfortable enough to put it on the table from the outset, and now the state is sort of on defense.
Yeah, the defense basically said the state's case messed up from the very beginning. They attacked, they talked about the witnesses, the phone data, and the so-called magic bullet that was found at the crime scene. So what did you think of those details being laid out?
Well, I think it was strategically brilliant to lay out those details. The defense attorney who delivered the opening statement, Andy Baldwin, he is a very skilled trial lawyer, and he knows that you can't go in front of a jury from the outset and make promises that you can't keep. And so I think that signals to us that he knows there are going to be problems that the state cannot fix. Another thing that I think that did for the defense that was strategically very important was it let the jury know at that moment, this is the evidence the state has today. He said things such as, well, I haven't provided that, but maybe they'll show it to you. He also signaled to the jury that this investigation must have been quote unquote messed up because they are in fact still investigating. He mentioned that just 2 days ago, there were things that were still happening in the investigation. So presumably the state is still working on things that they're going to try to fix throughout the course of the trial. But based on defense's opening statement, they now know with certainty that there were some things they didn't have when the case started.
Yeah, the prosecution's first witness this morning was Libby's grandmother. Richard Allen didn't come up once in her testimony. Is that unusual? What do you make of that?
No, I don't think that's unusual considering the nature of her testimony. Based on what we now know that she knew, she wouldn't have any idea about the suspect or the killer or who did this to her granddaughter. And so I didn't think that was unusual at all. And in fact, ironically, I think we will find that most witnesses will never mention Richard Allen, that it will more so be a combination of the state's evidence that points to Richard Allen, and the state will have a responsibility to tie all that up and make that make sense for the jury.
So the prosecution says that Richard Allen abducted and killed the girls, left Libby's phone at the scene, and never returned. But the defense said Richard Allen and the girls were never on the trail at the same time. So why is the timeline critical to both of these cases here?
The timeline is so critical because in order for Richard Allen to be guilty, they had to be there at the same time. And so I think that was another one of those bombshell revelations today where the state's evidence is obviously in conflict with how the defense interprets that evidence. Because in order for this to happen, in order for him to be the killer, he would have had to have been there with them at the time they were there. And according to the defense, we can expect that the state's not going to be able to show that.
At some point, this jury is going to see photos of the crime scene. And that's going to be very difficult for these people to hear.
Sure.
How do you lay that out for this jury to see if you are the prosecution?
I think there's no easy way to do that. I think that we would have to assume that during jury selection, there were a lot of questions about, is this something that you can stomach? Is this something that you can keep an open mind about? You see that in any homicide trial, whether it's gruesome or it's just simply autopsy photos. And so I don't think there's any easy way for the state to do that. And they have to do that with some sense of sensitivity because they know that the girls' family members are there. But it's one of those unfortunate pieces of evidence that you just have to do it because it's a part of the big picture. It is the big picture.
All right, last question tonight. We know this is going to be a long trial. Judges indicated maybe a month or longer. Today's just day one. Do you see any scenario that would put Richard Allen on the witness stand at any point during this trial? Do you feel like he will be called?
I would guess not. I know as a defense attorney, you absolutely do not want to call your witness at trial, your client at trial unless you absolutely have to. And a lot goes into that analysis and that consideration. And so what you're going to see the defense doing the entire time is trying to tell Richard Allen's story without having to actually put Richard Allen on the stand. The other added challenge they have here is that we know that this judge has ruled that Richard Allen's alleged confessions that he made while in the Department of Correction pre-trial are going to come into trial. And to some extent, I think that poses an even bigger challenge in that analysis as to whether or not to put him on the stand because the defense has taken the position that he made those statements while under duress and while not in a good mental state. And so if you consider that, he can't even testify about making those statements because he wasn't even in the proper mental state to know that he was making them. So I would assume that we probably won't hear from Richard Allen, but what I can tell you, having been a defense attorney for a long time, is that's typically a last minute decision. And it's important to remember that it's Richard Allen's decision to make. His attorneys can advise him, but ultimately he has to make that decision.
All right, good to see you. Thank you again for coming in and helping our viewers understand this complex case that is going to be going on for the weeks to come. Katie Jackson Lindsay will be with me every weeknight at 10 o'clock to break things down here at this Delphi murders trial. Again, we'll be here on WTHR Plus every weeknight, 10 o'clock. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including detailed reports of each day of this trial. Just go to WTHR.com/Delphi. Thanks for joining us here on WTHR Plus. Good night.
All right. Well, it's good to hear that so that we do know what's going on. I follow a couple other people that are there, basically. At least I have been following Bob Motto and people like that have been following along with Delphi too. So I know exactly what's coming from it and what's not. It's kids. There's a lot of curiosity. I really wanted to follow it. And as soon as I realized it wasn't going to be cameras, I realized, well, that's not going to happen. So we'll do the best we can to get recaps and stuff like that on it for sure. Also, let me see here.
I mean, if they're going to be showing crime scene photos of the girl's remains, I'm kind of glad there's not cameras, because there would be creators out there that give no fucks and would show that shit. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm that's one thing I am grateful of, because we've already been through that scenario with that case. And we know there are creators. Zab did it. Any Elise did it. They don't seem to care. They didn't do it quite like put it right out here, but they gave you the option to see it. I don't see how anybody could ever want to see that. You got to leave these victims with some form of integrity. Okay. Showing that stuff. No. Same thing with Madeline. When stuff like that was put out for her, even the description of it, and I know Mom will agree with this one, even describing that and talking about what was going on with Madeline Soto stuff, it's just, no, it doesn't. It takes away from the victim's dignity, in my opinion, and it just doesn't need to be.
Disgusting.
Yeah, definitely does not need to be. They've been through enough. Okay, the legacy that's left behind with these victims should be nothing. They shouldn't be remembered in that sense, and that, if that makes any sense to anybody, that's why I don't agree with any of that kind of stuff at all. So yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm right there with you, Arctic. I'm grateful that they're not giving that kind of stuff, because I wouldn't have shown that anyway. I'd have shut that part of it down if I was running the trial, just so you know. So.
Oh, I know, but I mean, I'm just saying there are people that wouldn't do that, and unfortunately, it's hard to. If you're covering a trial, it's very difficult to catch it in time before they show that while you're trying to cover the trial too. So
no, absolutely, you are absolutely right. You can only hope as a creator to be quick enough to be able to stop it before somebody sees something, and that's not that easy all the time. He's absolutely right. So either way, this just makes it easy. So. Excuse me. So again, we also know that the other trial, I gave the people in here a choice. Do you guys want me to cover Leilani or Sarah? I think Leilani's case is a little bit more. We need closure on that more than we do on this idiot over here. So that's why I'm covering Leilani's trial. And I gave everybody the option in here between the two, and I'm grateful for what they chose, because I want to follow that from beginning to end. I started with the beginning of it, and I want to take it all the way to the end, just like Mom said the other day. So, but I will be giving briefs and updates on the loon stuff over here. So this just started too, and we all know how this is going to go. Just saying. Like I said, I called probably quite a while back that this is going to be a Daryl Brooks 2.0, in my opinion. That's just how I think it's going to go. So let's see what we got so far with this clip here.
Now, jury selection in the suitcase murder trial is underway. Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte has been there all day long in court.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong clip. My apologies, folks. Hold on a second here. I'll be right back. I got too many of them.
Mr. Doodle, raise your right hand and sworn, please. You swear to affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so that right there is Brian, which is Sarah's ex-husband, Brian Boone. I guess he's about to give his testimony. So this should be interesting if they show the whole thing.
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, Brian Boone.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result?
I got to question his intelligence at this point then, because he was with her that long and still married her. Good Lord.
I was just thinking the same thing.
He's got nice hair.
Good God, dude. What? What? How? How did you do that? Because I know she had to show her true colors at some point before all this. So hey, just saying. There's my first red flag right there. Sorry, Bri. I can't. Wow.
Of your marriage with the defendant.
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
And no, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Well, at least we know where Sarah got the idea for her hairdo. Just look at Brian. Just saying.
Probably 2017. I'm thinking maybe.
They were divorced by then, Stormy.
At that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Oh, maybe it was 2016. I think the divorce was 2017. I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening? Yes. Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres.
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
It was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/20.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I don't live, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
I mean, George was dead, and once again, I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep. But I, at that time, told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside?
Well, that again to me plays into the fact that she didn't want to call police because she knew what she did. I still think that leads to premeditation in some senses, depending on how you look at it. Just saying.
Of her apartment.
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
We want to reserve our questions for when we call in our case.
Okay. All right, sir. You're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not many mischief. I want to hear the testimony of them asking on her character because that is something that's coming. For sure. Let me see here.
I've got to run to town. I'll be back.
Well, fine then.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
I slept all day yesterday.
I'm just kidding.
I'll be back.
I hope your head's feeling better.
Yeah, it is. Finally.
Good.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit. Make good choices while I'm gone.
Yes,
see you later.
So this is another piece of that trial. Be careful, Mom. That I thought was an important part for you guys to hear real quick. These are, and it's been stated that the neighbors had heard certain things in going on next door that night. I do believe this is a testimony from the neighbor. And then once we hear this, we'll move on to something else before we bring this to a close for the day. It's going to be a little longer than, like I said, because of what we were talking about this morning, which was important to me. So here we go. Can you hear this okay, Arctic?
Be seated. After seated, if you can spell your name for the record for us.
Doodle.
Vincent Battaglia.
Yep. Sounds good.
Cent.
Thank you.
Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company.
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Motes. Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time?
It was pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of
2020. Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut, like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to record anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing at the time. That's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah. All the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise, like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment. So it was like, there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like, that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Dago, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence?
Like
while you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah, yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Yes, sir, of course.
Well, Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement.
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of
Hey,
2020.
you Doodle.
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Approach.
Again, thank you, Doodle, very much, hon.
Objection's overruled for now.
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDONMOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school?
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a 1-story apartment, they had a 2-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin. So if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would that have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me, like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, yeah. I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay. Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
Okay. So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Why did you have to go through all that, dude? You said it, you saw it. That's the end of it. You don't have to tell a whole story for it. That was stupid. I hate people that do that.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps to. I was like waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many like details of what she was saying because I didn't want to talk to her. She just, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but like the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the boom, which was like 10 something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5 because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
Honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth.
Well, let me ask you this: you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
You hear a female voice? Yes. Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Then you heard back and forth. Jesus, dude.
Yeah.
If I can confirm, Jay.
Yes, sir, of course.
That guy wasn't very helpful. I'm just saying, like, that was weird. Anyway, thank you, Doodle, for posting that. Again, guys, I don't ever want anybody ever to feel like they're ever alone, because you're not. You are very important. You matter, as Miss Sherry would say, every day. And for that reason, I do like to post these links and show these resources here. The National Suicide Hotline at 1-800-784-2433, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK or 8255, available 24/7. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is also in Spanish at 1-800-799-4889 or JUMP. Please know that there are resources to reach out to if you ever feel that you just can't handle it anymore. If you're alone and you feel like you're alone, you're not. Please reach out to these resources that we provide at any time, or anybody here. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, we will definitely be here for you. Thank you again, Doodle, for that. Was that before the rumble down the stairs at Ear? It's a good point, Karen. They should have asked the questions that way, to be honest with you. I agree. And again, anybody that needs to contact me or anybody on my team, please, you can reach us via that email right there. Our phone number, which is 234-703-4047. Of course, via Twitter. And that is my handle on Twitter there if you want to. Please feel free at any time to reach out to any of us. I can reach out to Arctic as well if you can't reach him. Any way, shape, or form we can get a hold of each other. Any one of us, if you need to do that, guys, please feel free, please, without fail. All right, guys, I think that is going to do it. We're at the end of the show where we try to have a little bit of a little bit of fun, and with all the bad stuff we've talked about today, once again, I think it's definitely well deserved. So, give me 1 second here to set this up, guys, and then don't forget, guys, I do want to reiterate: Arctic Fox True Crime is having a show tonight, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. A very important show. So I would love for everybody to jump on over there if we can. I'm going to post it in my community page to remind everybody as well. And hang out with him. Again, if we could drop Arctic's link one more time in the chat, I would appreciate that too. I do appreciate it. And I hope to see everybody over there as well. I will be sliding in here somehow so I can be over there too. That is absolutely correct, guys. Don't forget that it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and it does affect guys as well. That's a very good point, guys. Very good point. Thank you, Laura, very much. Yes, men definitely are victims to this as well. I can speak from my own personal experience. Not necessarily physical, but emotional and mental abuse is a real thing, sometimes worse than physical. And it does happen, guys. It really does happen. So please, please don't ever think it can't. There's Arctic's link. So let me pull the rest. This is the last segment for the day up, guys, and we will end it on a good note. You too, Miss Laura. Please hang out with us so that you can get a little smile on your face before you leave, just for a few more minutes. Let's see here where it is. Actually, I think I have a couple, but they all run together, so it's all right.
Bye, Barbara. Hope to see you after a while.
Bye, Barbara.
We've had six consecutive days of rain. Did I just...
Okay, all right. That was a Freudian slip, but we're gonna pretend like we didn't hear it.
What do you crave?
Well, I'm craving a little bit of pulled pork at the moment.
Well, the good thing is we're going to...
Not easy to say, is it?
No, and I was going to say something I'd
Say it 100
regret.
times.
But we are going to be pulling some pork later.
We are.
Because...
We are.
Oh, God.
There will be a
Lord.
22, the Navy's FA-18 Super Horny.
The Super Horny?
Or whatever it is. They're like, Alexa, like throw them all away and burn them all. Why? Because they're so creepy.
In November, he admitted following then 21-year-old Tanya Billingsley home. He said he'd had an emergency defecation situation and needed to use her butt.
The dog in Thailand is certainly giving new meaning to the phrase doggy paddle. He was found swimming at 135 miles off the shore of Thailand near.
Oops. Oh my God, I love these ones. Yesterday was hilarious, guys. It was. This is my Saturday night date night. I'm lapping before I go. Thank you, Miss Barbara, for hanging out. I always like to make sure you get a good smile on your face, Barbara, because you definitely deserve it, as do all of you. But Miss Barbara definitely needs to smile more.
Get it, Barbara. Get it.
Right.
No, there's no way around it. So workers first spotted the dog last Friday swimming towards the platform. The crew was able to get a rope around his neck and pull him up. He's now in good shape and on dry land with an animal protection group. One I'm sure I'll be working with very soon. More news 4 at 11 when we come back.
And this, Lisa, is for you.
I have no idea what I would do.
Good, yeah.
Oh, they do great food there.
I have no idea what I would do with that much sausage. I mean, you'd have to sacrifice. You have to.
You're watching NBC North Dakota News, your news leader in high definition.
Gay fucking shit.
Good evening, I'm Van Tu.
I don't think we were supposed to hear that, but geez, I wonder how often that.
You may have seen our newest from AJ on NBC North Dakota News, and he'll be joining the weekend news team as my co-anchor. Tell us a little bit about yourself, AJ.
Thanks, Van. I'm very excited. I graduated from West Virginia University, and I'm used to, from being from the East Coast.
Okay, well, welcome aboard, AJ.
Cancer in the early stages is not painful. So it is not easy for a person to know they've got cancer. That is why I encourage men to suck those titties, and I encourage women. Is it embarrassing? You don't suck a titty. What do you suck? You've got to suck something.
Is that supposed to be horny?
I said horny thing. I don't know.
Did she just say what I think she said?
Suck a titties.
I thought, okay, it was hard to understand, but wow, okay, interesting.
All right.
I don't
I was
know.
just thinking that over here.
I'm not sure what that's all
I
about.
said it. I read it. It was in the prompter, and then I thought,
For fuck's sake, excuse me, I just said it on air. Tom, we're
Oscar de la Renta.
You
like those R's? Sorry, did I give you a little bit of a
No,
shower
it means
there?
I can't eat the spring roll now. I have to pick another one afterwards. It's got your eyes all over it.
Oh, you! There's kids watching, Richard.
No one wants to see that.
Bathroom, but the judge in the case found he had a sexual motive.
emergency identification situation.
Anyway, carry on, Hillary.
I think I'm having one myself.
This was mixed in with yesterday's compilation, by the way. Yeah.
Los Algodones, looking at a 45-minute delay. Give yourself some extra time as you're headed out this morning. What the fuck is happening? And we'll be right back.
David Pocock, just fantastic result in the Rugby World Cup, no matter what you say. So proud of you.
In Popo, we trust.
Yeah.
That's it. And that shirt, like walnuts in a sock. What about Dave? It's just an amazing looking frame, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Hey? Wouldn't mind climbing all over
Walnuts
the
in a
playground.
sock.
Por si sale el sol, por si va a llover, vístete ligero, tápate bien, que es el clima de hoy. Aclimáttate.
Notamos que las condiciones
Calm down, Walt. It's okay.
están
Oh, welcome, girls. Thank you for joining us. Leslie Petrolakis, same to you.
fluctuando entre los 80.
detailed look at your next chance at some rain. Ooh, that was close. I was like, what was that? Chance of some rain.
Do you have air conditioning?
Well, I mean, yes, I do. Before I turn it
Can
on.
someone help her? I mean, 100 degrees in the car? No, hey, so you really...
I like it hot.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hasta los 90 grados parece.
the little gorgeous ginger nut kid.
Oh, ginger nut.
That's said with enormous
You
affection.
can't say that.
Some of my best friends are redheads, including George's gorgeous husband.
Thank you very much.
Ginger
Timbo.
nut.
He doesn't mind being called ginger nuts. Don't you worry about that.
So there you go.
Ginger nuts.
Maybe you just don't have
Plural.
any in your life.
It's just one. It's one nut, not two. Plural, Georgie.
Not a big one. I'm not eating a big one. Oh, that's a big one. I can't. It's daytime. It breaks my rule.
Well, come on, you shut your eyes and do it. This is lovely.
Oh, don't look at it.
Don't look at it. Go.
See, it's all right when you once in. I love it. But
Nice, see? Hey, welcome back to this morning.
If you pick out two matching heads, you win. And because your head is on.
Just Lisa's?
Some of my balls. No, your head's there.
Oh, I can see my head on the ball.
We pick one of your balls.
You pick a ball.
Or two of your balls.
No, pick one first.
One ball.
There you
Okay.
go. Whose head's on that?
Lisa's on your ball.
Very good. Okay, pick another ball.
Okay. Now what happens?
Please be two balls. Please be two balls.
I've got Sylvia and Lisa on your balls.
Well,
That's going to happen sometimes.
Have you ever hit anything that you've been throwing at?
Funnily enough, I've never willy wanked since then.
We've got these two Burmese cats, as you know.
Yeah.
Biscuit
Not allowed
and
to bring
Are
them.
we on air at the moment?
And
You're bringing your
and
cats.
no, well, I didn't intend to. One was in the bag,
Oh.
and I took the bag to the car, and the cat got out of the bag, but left a calling card for me in the bag. It said, "Daddy, I'm going to miss you."
Wow.
So how do you get that smell out of the bag?
Smells
Have you
really
got someone
bad.
working on that?
Oh, well, I hope one of the social media producers.
Could be quite a trip with my balls and your cats.
They've got nothing else
On
to
the
do.
road.
Got to say?
C'est la 2. Oui, attendez, parce que je...
She's like, I can't breathe.
You're like,
Don't
what
take
is
my
that?
inhaler away. I really need that.
I mean, the other day, April had to, give her some mouth-to-mouth to keep it going. It was really odd. It was a life-saving move, though.
April,
Nothing more.
Is there any video?
Oddly, we just got a really bizarre look into his fantasy life.
Sorry, April.
I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. I'm pretty sure I'd remember that. Oh, you'd remember. Yes. All right.
I mean, amputees need self-love too.
What'd you say?
I said amputees need self-love too.
Agreed. And he definitely looks like he's got the right partner there with that arm. Damn.
When Dairy Queen made a pretty significant error on her birthday cake. Now take a look here. This is the cake in question. She's a big Moana fan, the Disney character.
They thought it was Moana.
Why is there a My Little Pony on it?
quarter to ping pong ball size hail with some of these storms.
And just in case White Sox fans haven't suffered enough, here's one for you. Royals Mike Moustakas, a 2-run homer off of Zach Stewart, one of his 18 hits.
The man said White Cox fans, folks, just so you didn't hear it. He definitely did. Absolutely, Melissa. Welcome back to the sauce, dear, and congratulations.
Wave the white flag.
Reynolds, and he says, what's really long, hard and stuffs New Zealanders? Primary school.
Oh, come on, Lisa.
We'll see what happens at the end of the year.
Chris, congratulations on your success.
Speaking of getting arrested,
Yeah.
What favorite NFL team is trying to set a record for most players arrested?
Arrested. It's always goats in your crosses. Does your weather producer have a thing for goats or something? It's always goats.
He doesn't mind a goat, I've got to say, Carl. He knows one or two of these goats from previous experiences up here in the hinterland.
Come on.
Have you ever seen Jerry count goats? 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. Anyway, that's another story.
Last night's dismantling of Ohio State by the Gators, proving the SEC is indeed the toughest conference in the country.
According to Friday's Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the state of Virginia is going to seek to indict Vic.
Not finished Saturday's game against Detroit, and MRI reveals a bulging disc in his lower back.
No, they love it. They said so. Love the attention.
You ladies going up and surrounding them and asking for
Well,
photos.
I got a feel of one of the best.
What? Lisa, hang on.
Classic, Lisa.
No, look, we'll leave it there. Lisa copped the field. We'll leave it there. Thanks for your company this week.
Classic, Lisa.
We'll see you Monday.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
all you are doing. It's wonderful stuff.
I heart you guys.
Yeah, I heart you.
We heart you right back.
What about that? Do you know, just it's a difficult thing for a man to just let go of the stiffness? You know, because the robot's is the fallback position for most fellas.
Right. But
just sort of, have you got any?
Just free flowing.
See how stiff I am?
Oh, well, it can be. We can deal with that.
You people are sick.
Keep trying, Carl. Keep trying.
Okay.
Maybe
Can't fight the
maybe
feeling.
not.
Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and the rest of the team will be back at practice today. They could play either the Boston Celtics or the Philadelphia 69ers.
Oh.
There's them 69ers again. Jesus. That was too much.
To a wonderful Wednesday morning on this morning. Right. Okay. What is that, do you reckon?
What do you think?
It says, hold it 6 inches away from your face at all times to avoid injury.
Oh, okay, that's about 6 inches.
Okay. I'm sorry, but someone's being very rude. Ignore that.
Right, go on. What's
That's
the next
not the
instruction?
The instruction is to shake vigorously. It's not. It says it's not motorized. This is a mechanical device that you move back and forth with your own muscle power.
Which is what I'm doing.
Right. So you lock your wrists, which is what you're doing. Move it slowly back and forth on an even plane, 3 inches in each direction. Okay. Hold with both hands, elbows close to the body.
Oh, that's where I'm going wrong.
And tighten the muscles in your upper body. The faster you move it, the more intense the workout will become.
You said workout.
This is a new. There's your instructions. There.
It's time for Dickie's Double Dip.
I'm proud and honoured to say that we have a new segment. I'm going to be giving away heaps of cash at each of our shows. Now, every day next week, we'll be inviting you to double dip in my lucky bag. And if you pick out matching balls, we will hand you some cold, hard cash right there. They are balls with everybody's head. You've all got your heads on some balls. And if you pull out a matching pair, you're going to win cash, boom, right there. And if you pull out a pair of balls with my face on them, it's double money. So there you go.
There you go. He hits 31 and he lets himself go.
Isn't that a royal attempt at being a hipster?
Well, he does rugged well. Whatever the reason behind it, he does it well.
Yeah, rugged and handsome. Look at him there.
The carpet matches the curtains. Does.
You know.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the drapery. Oh, please do me. I know we haven't got time to do it now, but can you just stay and do me?
That sounds like an offer I'm not going to get again, so absolutely.
Welcome back to the show. It's certainly been a huge week in politics, and it continues to be. Christopher Pine and Anthony Albanese join me now. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Carl. Good morning, Anthony.
Christopher, good morning to you first of all.
Is this footage going to come back your haunts or what?
It is already haunting us.
Ratty, help me.
But the cost for her services range from $7,500 to $30,000. But it could be worth it. She has an 80% success rate.
That's pretty good. 80% success rate. 40% success rate. Yikes. Hello, Internet. Hello, Internet.
And for the record, did you like on a Friday night? Have you ever seen a shark fry?
No, I have now, mate. I've had the pleasant experience, but I've seen a few other animals fly.
Yeah, like the unicorn.
yeah. I normally do see a couple of them on the weekend.
It has been brought to our attention that some well-loved Italian dishes have been, well, how would you say, reworked, I suppose.
Bastardized. That's the word. Can we say bastardized?
We just have.
I'm not entirely sure you can, actually, funny enough. Do you know, I may have to apologise for that.
Gwyneth Paltrow, God bless her, has revealed that she's engaged to TV writer Brad Falchuk. Falchuk.
Pardon?
We think she won't be changing her name.
Will the Firkins be going to the wedding?
For a year after dating for 3.
The Firkins and the Fockers.
Shush.
Will he, when they get married, will the whole Falchuks be going as well as the Firkins?
And the Fockers.
Yeah,
you know they like a party. Far out.
We do. Yeah, we're still waiting for details of the guest.
It's a triple F, isn't it?
You did well on the pronunciation. Very cautious of you, Dicky.
I'm glad that is over.
Here we go.
In light of the good news yesterday with the guest vote, I wondered if Sylvia had gone out and painted the town red, as it were.
No, I just painted myself orange. Actually.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go.
It normally takes me a little bit.
I was wondering when it was coming, and we got to 9:02. So well done to you.
No, well done to your spray tan. She's getting better.
We should go get one of those.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll do you, and you can do me.
Okay.
Lunch in the Seattle School District, teriyaki chicken with rice bowl or turkey sub sandwich. And Ken, it's the Moxie Dunkers and marijuana. No.
Today.
The hell?
If you're driving by and you see part of an
Oops.
That'll shut them up.
18-wheeler kind of dangling, it's going to lead to some onlooker slowdown.
Now take a look at this. A family in Florida has had a very rude shock when they looked outside their waterfront home to see it was in the path of a massive cruise ship. Bill, who owns the multi-million-dollar property, ran out to wave the boat away. It was so close, the tourists on board could hear him screaming. You would be ship scared if that happened to you.
Oh, yes. Sylvia Jeffries. Wow.
Michigan dispensaries are rolling in the green. Well, in more ways than one.
Rolling in the green. I can't.
I hate this show.
And we both were just talking about how we've started doing the soaks again.
Not together.
No. Sometimes, just on a Friday night.
We have Amy here from Sunshine Craft Company. I'm sorry you have to deal with us today.
And I can actually see a planet that gets a bit of a giggle from the kids here at the planetarium, and that is Uranus. But did you know it's actually pronounced Uranus, which I also think is pretty funny.
How would you like to hit the open road on your very own trip around Australia in a brand new luxury caravan? Have you decked yours out?
I have, I put the JPY poster up there. I had the Michael Jackson wig, the lava lamp.
Oh, yeah.
And a little pussy
Shagpole carpet.
You
had a what?
There was a little pussy sitting on the bed.
That's right. It was one of those plush toys.
It's a stuffed pussy, yeah.
You need those thongs. The tongs. Sorry, I meant the tongs, not thongs.
You can visit lsdmatchmaker.com for more information. How about that? Wow.
I think it's LDS Matchmaker. LSD Matchmaker. Probably a totally different website. You don't go there and find a match.
LSD. I just read with
Don't go to that website.
The kids do most of nothing.
That's true.
And I do the lawn mowing, clean the gutters, chase the snakes away from the backyard, and suffer the most.
Yeah.
John Watson.
Yeah.
What
poor
happened?
Johnny. Yeah, poor Johnny.
Give him a hug.
The kids don't do anything, though, do they? They just suck up off us. Gee, that was. You know what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Suck up to us? No, that's not it. Yeah, let's get it.
You know, this must be all your dreams come true, because you've been, I mean, you say that this sort of seed was sown back when you were doing comic relief and you dressed up as the characters and you did it then, but this actual seed was sown in your bedroom when you were a young...
Beg your pardon?
I was doing what with seeds in my bedroom.
Hang on a minute. You're on about seeds in bed. What is happened to this show?
But wow, that was really dramatic. There's a reason they call these people heroes. I mean, they were going at a really good clip there. We've had some hot weather. I guess, the good news is, send, what does that say? Send something, please. Let's say help.
What you were saying.
Oh, don't you.
Oh, my goodness. Dickie gets scared by his own shadow. Dickie, when the kids come around to your place, do you give out little bottles of gin?
Like the plane, the minibus.
I don't give away any gin.
Sylvia, does that remind you of the first time you saw Pete naked?
Oh, stop it.
Wow.
All right, everybody. I think that's going to do it for today. Again, thank you, Arctic, for joining me. Mom, always appreciate it as well. Always a great time when you're here, Arctic. Doodlebug, well, you just know how it is. It's I'm your co-host, so you know. And, Mom, it's always a pleasure to have you here if you can still hear me. Mama Bear was in chat through the whole thing. I appreciate that very much because she's just busy again, sadly. But everybody else, thank you guys for joining us today as we put out the details and updates on those cases that we looked at. And again, I appreciate your input too on that other stuff, Arctic, that we talked about early on. It means a lot. And don't forget, you guys, tonight, please don't forget to jump on over to Arctic Fox True Crime, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, and subscribe if you have not yet. Set a timer for the note. I think it's cut. You can set it to notify you when he does go live, guys. I'm going to be over there. I hope to see the rest of you guys over there as well. It's going to be a great show. It always is. He always brings out some very, very good information, folks. So I hope to see you guys there. Other than that, folks, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Have a great rest of your day until we see you again. We're going to be doing Paranormal Friday tomorrow. We had the trial last night. So I will be doing it tomorrow. It's going to be Paranormal Sunday. So same stuff. You didn't miss it. No worries. We're going to cover it. So I hope to see you guys for that as well. Besides that, guys, like I said, have a great rest of your day. Arctic, you too as well, my brother. Keep doing you. You do amazing things. I appreciate you, Doodle. You know I love you, dear. Everything you do. Blue Crew, for those of you that are still here, thank you for everything you do. You guys are amazing. I couldn't do this without you. I never would try. You guys are amazing. Everybody else, I will see you very soon. Much love to you all. God bless. See you very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, Keep the vibe alive, we're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.